like he's just walking out with Vendetta. All right, Snaking gets up and out. Skeeter finds a kill. Oh, he runs back into the arrow. That wasn't great. Oh, the ultimate bait. Buyback from the clockwork. Nothing to say is committing. Amar with the doom. They're going to get him. He's dead. Marana also caught. Falcon's turning this game back around. He's going home to the well. He's still dead. I don't know. Don't even bother, bro. Honestly, you shouldn't even go home. Oh, wait, he lived? I'm a fool. I can't believe he lived. Oh, he's only. I guess it's only level 1 Doom. Yeah, fair enough. Never mind. It's level 1 Doom. I overreacted. Okay, that was kind of crazy. Is he dead? He's got Gleipnir and Sprout, but I mean, he has Tornado to pull him. The Solar Flare. The Arrow. Alright, they'll trade. They'll take that. Meanwhile, up top, Skeeter duking out with Monet. Bobica. Use the Carapace. The Roots there. Skeeter's getting out of there. And he's not.
It's not for your crime.
Oh. Do they have the damage? Look at the wisps. So stupid. That is so dumb. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Malibu Jesus. That is crazy.
No such thing as too much damage.
No such thing as too much damage. I feel like that they're overcompensating. That was a lot of wisps. A lot of Whisper of the Dreads lately. It's kind of like the go-to item for most people. Yeah, it makes sense. As long as you've got a little bit of a gap, right? Like, you want to use all 4 Wisps. So you want at least, like, 1,200 HP. For, like you said, wiggle room. I assume it doesn't apply before reductions. Otherwise, that could get kind of crazy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. XNova, you gotta die for this, bro. You have to die for this. Oh, this was so bad. That was really bad. Oh, this was so bad. Oh, that was so bad. Dude, how to throw a game.
Radiant's top towers taken.
What? I mean, it's a focus fire issue, right? Because he didn't just focus fire it? Because it's just regenning. Like, he just didn't want to focus fire the Tormentor? I mean, they're the most appropriately named thing in Dota. That was bad. Yikes. Yikers. Alright, well. Let's see what Dota Plus thinks. Back to even. I'd say I agree with that. I, for one, welcome our cube-shaped overlords. We do need some cosmetics for the Tormentor. I'd like to see like a D20. That'd be hype. I mean, we all know the Ringmaster's part of the circus. Companion Cube? Oh, that's true. Yeah. You just get it for free if you had the Portal one. But, you know, what's like a merry-go-round? Alright, what's Amara got? Blink, BKB, 9 seconds, ready to go. Going for a Midas next. Malrine with the Philosopher's Stone, by the way. getting through those charges. Kind of unusual. Swap our music packs here. Let's go with Songs of the Caravan. Oh, this would be the new one. I haven't listened to this one. Crownfall, right? I mean, you have to wait for the one that's on now to end. It like takes a minute or two. Nullifier next for the Prophet. Deal with the eggs. They will get Roche pretty easily, though. I don't think they make it here in time. This time, they did not mess up the focus fire on the Roche. Alright, what are they going to do? Bail, bail, bail! Ah! Alright. Amar's smart. He checks the pit. It's like, just in case. Yesterday, one of the Wind Rangers threw Shackle Shot and then focus fired the Roche before the Shackle Shot hit and wasted the focus fire. That was sad. The plumber's gone, so we're back, baby. Hype. Hype, fro. Congrats on your plumber coming to your house. Bam, 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 bam. You have way too much faith in me to think I'd have a schedule. My schedule is I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays right now. So I can chill with my kids on Mondays and Fridays and the weekend. Schedule bragging. Here you go, buddy. Gig away. Pay $375 a year to a company that comes in and inspects my AC and plumbing 2 to 3 times a year and gives me 20% discount if anything breaks. It's actually kind of cool. Hello? Alright. Cricket's caught it a little bit there. But we're not going to get the Midas Courier here. Solar Flare. Oh, here we come. They're after Amar. Does he go for the stun into Arrow? Yep. There it is. Prophet ulti. Was already used. Solar Flare. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy.
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
We haven't really seen it with the focus fire yet, have we? Ooh, nice jump from Malrine. Could maybe do something here.
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
I got you, bam, 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 bam.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help. Hope the Dire weren't partial to that mid tower.
Another Dispel. The Timber Eggs.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Your Lego and retro video game collection. Well, that's pretty good. We like that. I mean, he is a plumber, so he probably likes Mario, you would think. Kind of have to. Probably why he became a plumber. I gotta say, the Lord of the Rings Legos are so sick. The Rivendell one that has like every minifigure too. Aww. You have the Rivendell one, but you haven't built it? Damn, dude. It looks so sick. The Red Dragon Castle Lego set with D&D. Oh, that's a smart pairing. Oh, actually, I remember reading about that.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's
No more
bottom
room to
tower.
display them.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Dire's lost the top tower.
Just some rainy day Legos. I mean, they're an investment at this point. Although I assume the prices on them will start going down because so many people are buying them to keep. But like the older sets, it's crazy. Alright, Skeeter's out of there. Ooh, good guess. Not quite though. Amar, perched up. I already have a house, that's the problem. And I'm filling it with Lego. Clearly, you just need to start hanging it from the ceiling. Alright, they initiate on Skeeter. The ulti comes through while he's invis, so they missed that nuke. And there's nothing really else to do there. That shackle hit. No solar flare required. They still have the damage. Skeeter trying to get out. Oh, I forgot about the leash. The sprout leash. He was quick to cut his way out of that one. That was really good by Skeeter, actually. That could have been bad. And he's still dead. He played that really well. It doesn't matter.
My sprites are with us.
Now that is crazy.
I know I'm a good shot.
He took 4,700 damage. That is unreal.
Tower's getting the business. Dire's bottom tower got blown to bits.
Wow. All right. Oh, please. Oh, what a Shiva's guard. I mean, he died for it, but it looks cool. Wait. I'm wrong? Insane cookie into barrier? Too bad I got immediately dispelled. I think that's what happened. It was kind of hard to tell. Oh, was he dying as well? I wasn't looking. $62 HP. Yeah, that was pretty close. A little bit close there. And keep in mind that he's a lower level, so he wasn't getting the 15% bonus. That is one big problem in this game, is that Amar has no levels. He's been off the map a lot, and he never really got ahead. So his dooms aren't going crazy.
The prize is mine.
There might be one more letter patch. I wouldn't be shocked, but there might not be. I put it at a like 20% chance of a letter patch. I don't think there's anything that's too insanely broken, so there probably won't be. Unless something becomes like way too wild in this tournament. Blink Junk dagger on the timber. Well, they've regained the lead here on IG. You think about earlier when like Falcons have, you know, they're way behind. They bring it back. It was looking good, and they're behind. They bring it back. Now it's looking good. Again for G2IG. I mean, this is 1K. This is the biggest lead that's been there all game. This was 3K. So all game, the gold's been super close, and the XP's mostly been on their side, but still close. It's all going to come down to the Roche.
Incoming.
But it's mid to late game, which means Vision is king. And you've got Slark on one side. They just get the gem as I'm saying that because Snake King's listening. And he's like, you're right, Vision's king. I'm the Snake King. So he's going to get a gem delivered. Prophet's already down here. He scouts at the Roche. They're making their way through. X-Nova. He's going to be the big body in front. Arrows in. Where's the focus fire? Is she going to commit? They have the solar flare. He doesn't want to. That Roche is dead. They're too late. Oh, wait, the bash? Hold on. Wait. All right, there goes the Roche. Hook shot in. They find the Doom. Amar, BKB is up. X-Nova sacrificing. Monet goes in. Monet, no one else is here with you, my friend. Leash comes through. Nothing Snake's going to join him. They're in the trailer. Bulbaga needs a big stun from the back. He catches one. It's Amar, who still has the Doom. They got to find this kill. He still has not doomed. They somehow managed to kill him before he dooms. Actually insane. He didn't want to doom the Aegis. It doesn't really end up mattering. He could have theoretically burnt the Aegis, but they'll still just trade Amar for 3. Man, Monet was done with that fight. He was like, I am getting out of here. There's just no way. Whew. What can Prophet do now? Is he going Scythe? No, he's going Lincoln's. It's pretty good. How's JT feel in this game? As our two offlaners kind of struggle. He's got his Chrysalis. He's going Daedalus. It's almost done. 300 gold away. Then he wants BKB. Disperser. I haven't seen one of these in a while. Of course, not many other heroes really want it. But most importantly, they've taken away the Aegis, and Dyer's team is trash at going high ground. It's a Slark lineup. It's a classic. Nice PKB. Otherwise, he was getting big-time shackled. Bear is not building up here. This will not be a big explosion. Rooted and dead. No Aegis to play aggressive here. Makes this awkward fight happen instead. Just so much control. Oh, they're going to keep on chasing here. Power shot for the Vision. Nothing to say. No TP for 12. He's got a big Glype here. It's Bulbaca on the back. He's got the Blink and the Yules. They're going to fight from the Roche Pit, using the Vision to protect themselves. Crit's got the Cookie. Skeeter's already used the Dark Pack. Or sorry, the Depth Shroud, as well as the ulti. Aegis goes down. They're going to blow up Crit. The Doom is utilized on the Monet. They got a bail here. Bulbaca. He's got nothing to help. Absolutely nothing. Bulbaca going to go down next here. And X-Nova just hook shot out of there. See you later, man. I'm done. Struggled to get the Prophet in there on that one. That was cool. I like the way they played that. Like running to the Roche Pit and then using it as this like defensive bastion kind of. Because like you have these range clickers who can try and bully you and stuff, but they just kind of turn around there. Yeah, I would agree that was kind of a weird fight. But like think about, like they killed Timber, right? So they're thinking like, oh, we have the edge. Like let's go and chase and fight them. But they can't sync their abilities up because there's some heroes that are faster than others, and like the TP wasn't ready. So he couldn't get a proper cutoff there on the Nature's Prophet. Try and like force them into a fight where they want to fight. Oh, the feather for Skeeter. That's sick. The evasion is crazy this game. None of these heroes want an MKB. None of them balling. They have the same items. They have 3 of the exact same core. Just like Gleipnir's and Daedalus's. And he just gets the feather. Yeah, it's crazy. He's flying at a sprout. He's evading. Oh, isn't it free movement, though? They gain flying movement? I don't think that matters. I think you can still fly out of it. I'm pretty sure. Because I think it just changes your movement type. So you should just be able to still walk out, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because it's not like a movement thing.
The seeds.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom
Altering next for
tower.
Amar.
Radiant
His
structures
levels are
must
still
be
low.
fortified.
The only person he does bonus damage to is Nixon Clock.
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days.
But not much you can do about that at this point in the game.
Getting beat down.
Oh, he's dead. Clockwork, baby. No other position 5 can do this. Ooh, Malrine. He's not done, though. They're going to sack Amar to try and start this fight. Oh, they're not sure. They don't know what to do. BKB, Curse the Old Growth. He's backing out. Oh, X-Nova Dunzo. 5 seconds till a hook shot. Wait, not Dunzo. Oh, hit this hook shot. Get out, X-Nova. All right, he's going to be fine. Now they want to fight. JT jumped upon. He's going to go down. All because the Clockwork lived. Monet, no shackle to connect there. He's got the focus fire going. He's leashed up. Help my team. Stun number 1. He needs more stuns. The Gleipnir. Oh, he's running. The kisses. He gets a hook shot at X-Nova's back of the fight, but the final damage gets him. Crits damage kills Monet way in the back. There's the little kisses. A tiny little kiss. These fights have been so insane. Man, that's some good stuff. Oh, wait, hold. Leashed. Calculating. Wait, hold. Guys, don't give him level 25. Don't give him level 25. Wouldn't having a root fit much better. I mean, you're not right. Or you're not wrong.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
The wordplay says you're correct. He bought a Yule's and sold it, and he still died.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
It was a good try. It's cute.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
That would cost you, for the record. But he had no buy, so although maybe if he didn't do that, he had buyback. I'm not sure. But once you use an item, you do lose the sell. Although I wonder if you're doing it mid-flight, if it's still nah, it probably doesn't work.
Mid tower's in trouble. Radiant's toughened up their structures. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's mid tower's getting the 1-4. Radiant's mid rags ain't looking swag.
He dead? Okay, surely he was a little scared there. That was kind of crazy. He just jumped into 3 heroes and almost died, as the Timber saw with eggs. That must have been a little frightening. Malrine. Scythe back in.
Radiant's mid
I can't believe I didn't flash. It was just like the perfect angle when it actually connected. That's a Dagon 4. Mars like, hey, they have vision, guys. Oh, the TP in. The stun. Easy. Oh, no, they don't like it. They don't like it. He canceled the TP. Prophet was not on board. Oh, man, this spell gets crazy. At level 18. All right, it's an 11k lead. Roche just spawned. That was an immediate spawn, I believe. Malrine gets the shard. I think actually going to check like 1 second Roche because they're going to get here in time. If Falcons commit. Oh, Monet's going in. All right, Monet. Solar Flare? Are you going to Solar Flare? Are you going to Solar Flare? They're not Solar Flaring. I'm going to save it for the fight. Use the Focus Fire. They're getting close. X-Nova has to stop them. He's in the way. You shall not pass. Oh, Mallory doesn't go for it. He goes to the high ground instead. They're grabbing all the stuff. Aegis and Refresher Shard are on Monet. But he's got no Focus Fire, so he has no damage to Solar Flare. It's running low. They're just all going to die one by one. Nothing to save first. Monet will get out to the west, but they lose 3. Again, they remove the Aegis from this pushless Dire team. But when you have no heroes, it's pretty hard to defend your base. Engage the ratting. Engage the greater treant. Alright, what Refresher Sharp play can they make?
Pretty sight right now.
Bobika's gonna take it. A solo kill with Dagon? With Scuttle? He could just blow up like probably Snay.
Where are you going?
He's gonna go for it. He's gonna commit. Is he gonna commit? Ooh, he thought about it. He probably could have killed Malrine there. But it's just too risky. Star. BKB is still there.
Structures.
Level 25, level 24. Oh, he's dead. Oh! The cameras didn't connect! That was crazy!
Get a load of Radiant's bottom racks.
Meanwhile, this is still happening right now. They're still pushing down the bottom.
Radiant's mid racks taking some punishment.
Dagon 5 upgraded here.
There goes the Radiant's mid racks.
Cookie back. There's a Timber Saw in your base. X-Nova, thinking about it. He can't get the angle. He hook shots through. Refresher Shard is used. They're going for the big double damage. Can they actually do it? Malrine getting low. Another cookie. He jumps on top of the ball. Ah, you're dying. The shield. Oh, Skeeter's just jumping on a JT. Has to use the cheese. That's got to bring Skeeter pretty deep into the base here. As they jump back on top, he's dead. Big crit there from the Prophet. Malrine blowing up some flames as he backs away, but they get Skeeter inside their base. Got a little bit too cocky there on that one. The cheese was too much into the big crits. When they actually hit, they hit hard. The feather can only do so much for them. Solar Flare, I'm sure, coming to play there too. They did not get these racks. Yeah, big heal onto that melee racks. Nothing's taking to start pushing this back out. He wants the Swift Blink. Finally a BKB on Monet, by the way. 47 minutes in, Wind Ranger grabs one. So we got some tools now. Blink, Scythe into Ags for crit. He's going for the humongous plays. Blink, Scythe, and then the saves as well, potentially. It does have the Telescope, which is insanely good with Gobble Up, because it vastly increases the range at which you can actually save your partner. Looking for an aggressive play here. They have the Dagon 5. He's scuttling. They know he's going to come this way. There's no detection here, though. There we go. Yeah, you need that. All right, full sentry coverage across the front. He tries to blink in. Bobika going to get slowed down. Timber Chain. He's got the big one. Malrine is uncatchable now. If he's able to get a Timber Chain off, he's gone. It's just wait. I mean, look at that. You will not catch him. He will get away from you. Boots of Bearing now for Snay.
Kingdom of the arcane opens to me.
So true. Doom finally finishes off the Octarine Core. What's our buyback situation here? Dire, Timber, Slark. Radiant, Mirana, Nyx. Now, it's mostly a gold issue for the Dire. In fact, it's entirely a gold issue. Snaze is kind of a big gold issue, though. He's unlikely to have it. JT trying to do some farming. He's dead. No hesitation here from Mar. He has buyback, so he doesn't really care. This is, I'm trying to farm as much as I can. See if I can get towards a BKB or something. Oh, he sees it. It's too late to deal with this Ob Sentry, though, unfortunately. The creeps are going to try.
Radiant's bottom rags.
Monet! Lincoln Sphere Pop! Scythe! Whoa, whoa! The cogs! Valerie's dead! This is crazy! Mars dead too! Dude, what a terrible place to be! There's 3 ranged heroes with Gleipnirs! What? And Daedaluses! How? How did your team do this? What have you done? The Aviana's Feather is insanely broken. It gets Skeeter up. He's a flying fish. How? Fit literal fish in a barrel next to your fountain. It's like, how could we win a fight? God, if only we could get their 3 most important heroes stuck right here. Maybe then we could do something. Look at this damage. What? Alright. Doom's back in 5 seconds. I mean, it basically is the fountain at that point with these 3 heroes. Amplified damage rune is going. Monet wants the big one. Bulbaca's in.
Radiant's mid tower's coming up.
Ooh, what's he gonna do? The Gleipnir? Does he blink stun? Malrine buys back. Is he big and scary? He's gonna go in. He thinks he's big and scary. Clockwork just gets blown the hell up. Still nothing to cancel BKB TPs. There's no bashers here. They have an escape plan, but only still have BKB left, which they don't all have. That damage was insane, by the way. Look at that. Zhao, 1900 damage just like that in 2 seconds. And he's still chasing. He's got his sight. Skeeter's there too. He dark packs off the Yule's BKB TP. He's going home. All right. BKB now for crit. He's going to bail on the eggs plan. Man, when your team is so bad at pushing buildings, you wind up in their well. Is it Aegis time, guys? Yeah, I think we're hitting long game. Yeah, Dragon Sage. Oh, wait, what? Oh, did he sell the B? Oh, he sold the BKB. I didn't even notice. So he bought it, and then he was like, never mind, eggs. Let's go. Let's go, crit. Big plays. Big plays. All right, let's see our facets here. We have Windrun can't be dispelled, and by facets I mean 25 talents. We have 3 times HP damage, so 3 times treant damage, that is. So his treants are humongous, especially for buildings. That's a big deal. Because they can really wreck these buildings with this talent. It's actually disgusting. So you have to be really careful leaving the base now as Falcons and letting your waves get close. Mirana's almost there. Presumably she takes the multi-shot arrows. Nyx Assassin, I don't even know. I guess the Mind Flare radius, maybe? I mean, 80 Agi is pretty sweet. There's a lot of physical damage. I'd probably just take the Agi, screw it. But I don't know what's even good anymore. Clockwork's not close. Ench took the plus 12 Nature's Attendance Wisps. Sarkis Shout Inspiration. Timber Chain Projectile we already saw. Doom Mutes, and Mortimer Kisses. He's all in on the Mortimer Kisses. Well, 6 Mortimer Kisses launched is a lot. This is a lot of magic damage from the Snapfire.
Dyer's mid tower could use a
As
little help.
Bobica leads the charge. Remember, he has the Nyx sense, so he can spot you in fog around these trees. Like, he can actually see Timbersaw when he gets close here. He's coming around behind. He needs a good stun. Can't find anything with the Carapace. Can't catch Skeeter as well. Not the way they want to start this fight. There's the stun. Damage on the Skeeter. Right clicks. Oh, they don't get enough. They needed more crits. But Monet can't find a way to stand in this fight. He's going to go down. They're not going to get this Roche. JT will TP out, but he's going to give up the Aegis, and it's going to be a high ground fight. Gotta be careful with these treants, though. Does he have... He has buyback, no BKB. Yeah, he died here. I was going to say, he probably died in the base. He's trying to rat. Midrax is gone. So he just got doomed while trying to kill these buildings.
Immortality!
He's pinging it. He's saying, this is my plan. I'm getting megas. So he needs to get the creeps there somehow. Can he do backdoor? I remember reading that you can actually backdoor with these treants kind of well. But there's not going to be enough time. Like, they have to fight. Yeah, he's just going for it. Yeah, everyone has to come back.
Radiant mid tower's getting banged up.
Alright, Monet doesn't have the Rapier yet. He starts the Focus Fire. Look at that damage. But it's not enough. Now he can wait out the Focus Fire a little bit. Leap in, leap out. No shard. Oh, actually, he does have a shard, but still do leap in, leap out.
Radiant's mid tower ain't doing
Oh, it's not enough. There goes the Glyph. The Doom is on to Monet. He's dead. Instant buyback, but second Doom is online here. You're dying in the well from these kisses. Barely alive. Sacrifice here from Malrine. This is Aegis. They're not getting through this building that fast. Again, they are terrible at hitting buildings. They are absolute, utter trash at hitting buildings. Exova somehow gets back inside the well. Malrine, the damage. He's dead. Uh-oh. Prophet trying to come off in the back line. Has he gone in too deep, though? BKB spreads onto Snake King. Skeeter trying to find the damage. This is no longer a win-the-game-now situation here for Falcons. This is a retreat situation. Cheese is there on Snay.
Where are you going?
Not the best target.
Dyer's mid tower won't last much longer.
Meanwhile.
Gotcha.
Ooh. Man, they cannot hit buildings, huh? Just takes way too long. All right, he got Basher. That's pretty huge. He got Basher and Egg Synth. So that's got to make him happy. All right, they're going in for it. All right, he's ready. Nothing to say. Has TP. They're going to start a fight up at the top. He's going to try and get these racks. Oh, the scan's correct. They know he's there. I can't do it. It's too risky. He could so easily just die. And there's too many people in the base anyway. Like, you need to actually have a real drawn-out fight. And even then, if they lose a couple heroes and they get megas, it's just GG. Like, Monet can't die. He just needs to farm Rapier. Ooh, the eggs. That's going to change some stuff. That might catch him off guard in a fight. They still have no Gale Force. Wouldn't hurt to get that Tormentor when it's back up.
Illusion.
How about 3 Rapiers? Should we just do that maybe? On G2IG? Any Midases available here for these ancients? Amar should be buying his right now, I think. Like, might as well buy your Midas, right? And go and do the double grab on the tokens. He's got enough unreliable gold anyway. I guess you shouldn't do it on the ancients, actually. You should do it on the small camp, because your allies want to kill the ancients. 1 minute away. All right, let's see what we get. Mirror Shield is insane for G2IG. If they get Mirror Shield on like Wind Ranger, Nature's Prophet, and Mirana, that's going to be a problem. I'm just going to spam every point-and-click spell I have if I'm on the Radiant. And now they have the Gale Force, which is actually awkward. Like, when the Slark runs out of BKB and the Doom runs out of BKB, being pushed around like that. Gale Force is a real nuisance when you're going high ground. 18 seconds. Bobica, way out on the map right now. Has no buyback. 10 seconds to go. The Dire in here. Trying to see if they can find them. Bobica, the only one out on the map. Gets unlucky. No neutrals. He's hunting. He's mind flaring. Still nothing. And a ninja gear. Oh, he's got to be so scared. But they need the items. Oh, still nothing, dude. This guy can't buy an item. Monet checking. The ancients aren't there. They can't farm it. Prophet, he's getting them. All right, we got Mirror Shield for the Dire. Giant's Ring. Couple tokens picked up from the Nature's Prophet. Gets the Pirate Hat. Buyback coming back. Ooh, Stygian. Book of Shadows for crit with his Blink. He's got Blink, Ags, and Book of Shadows. The saves are crazy. It's going to be so hard with Death Shroud to actually focus someone down. What was the change to Book of Shadows? Does not trigger Spell Block or Spell Reflect. That's crazy. So he can isolate the Lincoln Sphere heroes too. Like he could just blink in and like get rid of Monet for what, 4 seconds? A long time.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
I can't get them all though. They need the next spawn. Still missing neutrals.
Radiant got one last top tower.
Alright, Doom hasn't decided yet. Amara's not sure what to go for. Come, guys. Come. No, you. Yeah, Skeeter knows. And he knows he's spotted here too. Flare, does he try and run? The worst part is you can't even like try and take those as Radiant. It's just too risky. Now he's hunting. He's trying to find where they're like, are they trying to sneak neutral items? It's really clever. Alright, they can't cover them all, though. Are they going to go try and cover this camp again? Oh my god, they're actually going to get some Ancients. I can't believe they're getting these. Come on! Help them out! There's one! Go, go, go! Retreat! Run! We got a tier 5! Go, go, go! Flaring Roche, 7 seconds away. If he sends another one, they'll spot it. There it is. Does he watch? Does he notice? Yep, they notice. All right. Fight high ground or fight Roche?
The prize is mine.
I mean, this is Ags, or sorry, Refresher and Aegis. I think you just let it go. I mean, obviously, you can't get here in time. Nothing to say. Holy shit, that actually works. I mean, he's gonna die for it, though. All right, they have to kill Malreach. They need this kill so bad. All right, the TP's coming back in. Oh my god, them going for Roche. Spotting it with the flare. Fully committing for the fight mid. They have to abandon the Roche and try and join them, but it's a little bit too late. Even the Snake King can't stand up to Arcane. He heals for way too long. It's actually ridiculous. X-Nova now in there. Hook shot in 10 seconds. The chase down. Bobica has the blink Yules. He can catch him after the BKB. He's going in. He can't reach him, though. Can't get in front of the pounce. Tries to slow him down. Actually insane that they forced. I mean, they traded one buyback for 2 of theirs. Well done. I mean, that's clockwork. That is just clockwork. Like, knowing that they're going for that Roche like that and then forcing that fight mid. Presumably, Nature's Prophet Aegis, I would think. Obviously, because he just spent buyback. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Do they have all their neutrals yet? They still don't, right? Yeah, Clockwork still doesn't have his. So can I get some help here, guys? Could you guys... Hello, team? Oh my god, so unlucky. Dude, so unlucky. Did they lose one? He's got to be wondering if they lost one at this point. It says 5 out of 5. Did they lose one? It's here! Dude, what happened? That's crazy that he found it. Oh, I wonder if someone was nearby while a Prophet ulti went through or something? And they didn't notice? Wow, I wonder how long that was there. That's insane that he got that. And it's Force Boots too, which is crazy. Yeah, thankfully they changed that. That you can see them through fog. That'd be so lame if they didn't. I mean, it was so lame when you didn't, because that's how it was. No, it's not that hard to find, but I think it's pretty obvious. Like, once they killed that camp, they must have started looking around, because it's, like, still not dropping. You know what I mean? And you can check the little thing to show if they've all dropped, which I assume is what happened. And then they started looking. All right, so buyback. Nature's probably the only one without it. What did Skeeter buy? He's full Abyssal Butterfly. Did anyone actually get a Rapier yet? No. Mirana has the gold. I mean, remember JT with the Mars Rapier? Does he believe? Yeah, right, you're killing this Eng. Like, give me a break, man. That took so long last time. If there's actual allies, Snake King's never going to die. Holy Locket plus Giant's Ring? Hello? Yeah, JT's never going to buy a Rapier again. He's probably banned. Team ruling. Yeah, it depends on how fast you do the damage, right? Oh, man, he waited here for so long for this exact play to happen. Not everyone's here, though. He's trying to fly away. God, he's so slow. And that's going to be the Aegis. Nothing to say, goes down. The damage is coming from JT, though. The Doom on the Doom action. Looks like he got caught by a mirror shield there. As he actually is going to live through it somehow. Amar alive thanks to the Book of Shadows from Crit. Still living. He jumps in. He's crazy. He is so insane. He gets the kill. They are going to lose Nature's Prophet for the second time. Buybacks from the clock. It doesn't matter. JT goes down. He's got all the gold in the world.
Difficulties.
And he's going to have to spend it on a buyback.
Dyer's
What did he
mid
do?
tower is nothing now.
Was it a Lotus? It must have been a Lotus, I guess. There is no mirror shield. That was a crazy jump back in. Yeah, it must have been the Lotus from the clock. Ah, man. I don't know. I don't like how they took that fight as IG. I'm not going to lie. Like, it felt so forced because X-Nova was waiting here for so long and they want to take a fight. I mean, I guess they just took it as a risk. They still have both racks on the bottom on Dire.
Radiant's
They were hoping there
top
wouldn't be so
tower's
many Dire heroes
defense.
there because they're counting on the fact that they can move a little bit faster with their heroes. All right, crit in a little bit deep. Last time it was Malrine who was dying a bit too deep.
Radiant's mid
There's
tower
the rapier.
Radiant structures must have been fortified.
JT has bought it, but there is the buyback. He's delivered the rapier. It's in his inventory. Arrow comes through. Connects. Big right-click damage.
Could use a hand.
The solar flare's out. He's plus 160 attack speed right now. You gotta swing. You gotta swing, boy. You gotta swing. He's not swinging. He's gonna run out of attack speed.
Radiant side.
Oh, the bounce back? No, not the Glyphmere bounce back.
Things ain't looking right.
Well, there's still a rapier there if anybody wants it, but this game is over. JT does it again. Oh, that was crazy. Okay. So that was interesting. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know that would happen. Did you guys know that would happen?
I just need you.
Why does it work like that?
like, oh, here's another set of great teams for you. So I'm excited to see what their takes on the meta are. We do see some popular things coming up, but you never know. Got some new things to find out here in Group A.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you guys can see, this is the bracket for Group A. We're going to be starting off here with Game and Gladiators versus Nouns. Nouns, of course, being the team that made it through the play-ins. And then we're going to move on to see Bet Boom versus Tundra here to round out the evening. So a couple really big series. This is what we saw earlier. Well, I guess not technically Zach and I saw, but we watched, on stream. But Team Spirit taking the 2-0 over Cloud9, and Falcons just barely beating out G2IG in this last series, 2-1. The barn burner of a game 3, dude. My goodness. Anytime normally there's like 60-minute games where you're just like, okay, we're just waiting to end here. But this was one where it was a lot of fighting, a lot of brawling, kind of an interesting, Coordinator's Prophet, which we'll probably touch on later in the day, but keeps coming back somehow despite everyone thinking the hero was dead. So it's cool.
Yeah, that was close. That was not we're just struggling to end. That was like, both of us could lose, both of us could win. I'm really scared, that's a fun one. It's a fun one for everyone. Did it convince you of Solar Flare? You've been a Marana Core doubter. Did that help convince you at all?
Do you know which team won and which team had the Marana? No. Okay, I'm just kidding. I will say it looks okay. It looks okay. I think I'm becoming a little bit less of a hater. Let's take a look at the roster for Game and Gladiators, of course. Celery, Ace, Tofu, Doraccio, and Quinn. Just quinning on the side over there. Very nice. This team, obviously, I think considered one of the best teams in the world right now. They're back seemingly in good form. They took a small break, obviously, and they are here ready to, put their skills to the test against their opponents, which, of course, Nouns, the play-in team that no one really... I mean, it depends on how well you know this team. I think they're very competitive, but I think 1W is probably the favorite, especially off of recent performance coming into, the play-ins.
Definitely. I think Nouns, if you watch Nouns, they can take the games off the top teams. The team you see right here, Yuma, Copy, Gunner, Lelis, and Fly. They have it in them, but is it the consistent performance? Like, they often take one game, but struggle to close out the series. It does look like in that last group stage, they were doing better, but that does give a lot of information to Game and Gladiators. It seems there's a couple common picks they really like. They really like the Marana. They're a big Marana believer. I expect that one to be pretty contested. The Shadow Demon, one of the best setups, and also a really good response to Tinker and Omni Knight, two really good heroes. So Game and Gladiators, they often have a pretty good draft. You kind of know what they're going to do. Like, they have their style, and I expect to see, like, Lena contested. She's already one of the best. Game and Gladiators, actually, the last time Lena was a carry, they won the tournament in that time period. So this is a Lena team.
That's true,
so I expect to see that banned out. But you kind of know they're gonna go for Aura type team play, but you don't know exactly what, because this 7.37b patch is relatively new, and we haven't seen Game and Gladiators play in an official setting since it came out.
Yeah, that's the thing, is this patch is still a little bit wonky, and it wouldn't surprise me if we do get like a C patch, like honestly in the next day or two, because if there is going to be a C patch before any of the other big events, like it's got to be soon, right? So I'm curious, like, are we gonna see a potential C patch coming out like either today or tomorrow? Chen. They're one of the, if not the best team in the world with the Chen at the moment. And there's your Nature's Prophet. So we'll see. Maybe it's the core NP. Maybe it's a support. I think that's why this hero has risen in the stocks lately, is anytime you can first phase a hero, anytime you first phase a hero, you're going to be feeling very good about the fact that, like, oh, we can put this in 2, maybe even 3 different roles, right? So quite nice.
Yeah. Omni Knight so far has mostly been a support. I don't think we've gotten to see a core Omni Knight quite yet.
Yeah. And for those of you who are maybe just tuning in, there is a giveaway going on right now, and make sure to take advantage. So you can just type !1x give into chat to participate. And yeah, maybe you'll be lucky. Maybe you win a couple Arcanas. I would love to, but you know, best way to find out.
Nature's needs an Arcana.
Dude, can you imagine?
He's not popular enough, you know? I think he needs like a really cool skin just to increase the popularity.
Dude, what if it's a whole remodel? What if it's like not like, what would you do with this guy if you were to give him an Arcana?
Pick him every single game.
No. I mean, what would our theme of the Arcana be, you know? Like, how do you change it?
Man, I don't even know. But I want some cool treant. I want some really cool treant running around, smashing buildings. That'd be the best. Back to the draft real quick. So I think this is probably an Omni 5. And I think the reason they go for it is because Shadow Demon and Enchantress are two of the best heroes at dealing with it. Anyone with a Purge, pretty much, is how you want to start addressing Omni Knight. And now that those two heroes are out, especially the BKB Piercing Shadow Demon Ultimate, like that's the biggest counter. Now you feel really good about Omni Knight. You feel like there's not a ton of great answers to it outside of just, you know, outlaning it. Which might be why they went for the Nature's Prophet, because that's a ranged hero. You can keep your distance if they do put it in the off lane. I'm actually curious to see where they run the Natures, because it was a support for so long. We saw them play some support Natures, but I don't think we've actually seen Gaming Gladiators play like a core Nature's Prophet in a really long time. I can't remember ever seeing Quinn do it, but I could see Duraccio or Ace playing it. But I will say, like, Ace usually builds auras, and I actually noticed in pub games struggles. Of course, pros can, you know, set things up, but from someone off lane or supports, Nature's like, well, I kind of just want to right click people as a core hero. I'm not really that interested in auras, and so that makes it a little awkward. Doesn't feel like it fits what Ace usually does, but of course he's an amazing player. I'm sure he could do it. I'm sure they'll draft around it if they're going to run that. And you know, maybe we'll see it revealed here in their next pick coming up.
Yeah, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, Nature's Prophet is a hero whose farm is directly correlated to like the items he buys, right? So unlike other offlaners who use spells to farm, Nature's Prophet has to right click. And so when you buy things like Guardian Greaves and a pipe, your farm doesn't accelerate. You're just still the same thing. So it is like an odd position to put the hero in if you don't have a 4 position or a 5 that build those auras for you. And we see that sometimes, especially with like certain offlaners that build greedy, whereas like your 5's maybe gonna go the Guardian Greaves, your 4 goes the pipe, and that's their way of kind of playing around it. It looks like they are going to go back for the Mirana here on Nouns, which has been something that Yuma's been playing constantly. It's what they use to take down 1W in the play-ins, and we'll see how that ends up playing. I feel like against Nature's Prophet, it's quite good, but maybe the Sprout Leash talent, we'll see if that makes any difference in holding her down.
Yeah, I think you got some nice things going both ways. So I think that Crystal Maiden pick, in the same way we talked about counters to Omni Knight, for Nature's Prophet, you want your Treant to be very annoying. It has the reinforced armor, so you can just run it at heroes. They can't really kill it easily, except for a couple heroes, Doom, Enchantress, Chen being some of them. And then you pick the Crystal Maiden, protecting it again as well. You can't have your Treant frostbitten. So then the Mirana is another hero who could deal with it. You just arrow that Treant and it'll die instantly. But like you said, to start, you got the pounce out of Sprout, so that's nice. But eventually you hit level 20, especially if this is a core Nature's Prophet. It'll come sooner than later, and now you can't Sprout. You don't see Hurricane Pikes too often on Mirana, but I mean, you might need to if especially if this ends up as a core Mirana. Support Mirana is still possible, but hasn't been as popular.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think most often it's just mid or safe lane Mirana. And with the Sand King pickup, this one is flexible. Of course, it's one of the heroes that we still see. A little bit surprising it makes it through the opening to this draft, but again, we talked about a lot of those initial bans being spent on protecting things like the Omni Knight opener, but also having to ban out some respect heroes for each teams, right? The Chen as well as the Tinker. So it leaves the Sand King in. It also means that we're going to be seeing Ace's Broodmother here. So Nature's Prophet probably not going to the off lane. Could be 4 position, which is, I mean, on paper, a lane that would crush towers. And we have seen an identical draft of Nature's Prophet Broodmother before, actually right when the patch came out and they had done some like changes to the Ironwood Treant. This duo is really strong. I think it was Team Liquid, and they managed to take all 6 of the outer towers by 9.5 minutes. The reason being is you send the Ironwood Treant in, it can tank, and then you send the Broodlings in, they can tank forever, and the Ironwood Treant just beats down the tower. So you just send these around the map wherever the other team isn't, and you just take building after building. So we'll see if they can coordinate it, see how well it works. The sniper pick, though, talk to me, Zach. What are we seeing here?
I don't know. So I know Quinn does like sniper. He'll play it. We've been seeing more support sniper, and Tofu, I could see him doing it. I think the draft is still very flexible here. I think if it does end up being support, you're very all in on winning your lanes and rushing down all these buildings. Because the later this game goes, the Spiderlings will not be a huge deal to core Mirana. She'll have like a Maelstrom, she'll have the Stark Storm. There's tons of AoE purification. Sand King is Stinger, right? So I was a little surprised to see the Brood, even though I know Ace is a fantastic Brood player, and I'm sure they have a vision for it. Like I imagine a first item pipe on Broodmother into that grouping effect. Dragonite also pretty tanky. It's looking like a core Dragonite, but I was thinking he would take the red facet at first. I was like, oh, cleave damage, but if it's carry Mirana, you're probably not doing that. You're probably getting the green corrosion facet, and you'll just try to out-sustain the sniper in that mid lane. You have a lot of armor, a lot of regen. I think it can go both ways, though. Like, Quinn is a very good sniper player, and if you're very annoying with the headshots, maybe a little lucky, you can out-damage the Dragonite, especially in the early levels. Later on, it gets easier as you pick up more armor and regen, but sniper is pretty annoying from, like, level 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if this ends up being the core sniper, then it's probably the mid lane. The DK, likely the response will just move the Sand King to the off lane. I am a little bit curious, though, if they are going to run this as a 4-position sniper, because we've seen some kind of interesting stuff with the Scatter Blast or the Scatter Shot, but I think the safe bet here is it's likely mid sniper, 4-position Nature's Prophet. We need the carry for Dyrachyo. Maybe it's a 1-position Nature's. I think that's the benefit of this hero being picked in the 9th slot there, is you're just like, well, it could go pretty much to any lane. And when you can play a hero in any of the 3 lanes, it makes drafting or against it very difficult. Think back to Lina back, a year ago or so, right? Like, this is the same thing. You'd pick Lina as the opener, and you're like, it could be 1, 2, it could be a 4 or a 5. So it makes it very difficult.
Yeah, something we haven't covered is that Dyrachyo can play Broodmother as well. You can pivot in that sense. You can do carry Brood and pick, I imagine an offlaner, but I guess you could run Nature's in the offlane and pick a new 4 support. Looking at it, I still feel okay about the offlane. Brood, who has last pick? Game and Gladiators.
Yeah.
So they have left themselves a lot of flexibility here once Nouns reveals their own draft, which at this point, it's pretty much, is this a support Mirana, or are we picking a support here as our final pick? It looks like Game and Gladiators is expecting this to be a support Mirana, and they're going to grab a new core hero, whether that's, for example, like it could be a mid, like they banned the Leshrac, but it could have been carry, banning the CK because Dragonite is a flex pick who could have gone to either lane. I think if you do run 4 Mirana, it's not too bad because you have the Sand King, so you do have stun set up for the arrow. That's always important. Anytime you want to run 4 Mirana, it's important to have gank gankable lanes.
Yeah.
I don't know, I paused there on that. Gankable lanes, which Dragonite, if he goes mid, you also have that with the Dragon Tail, although Sniper, kind of hard to walk up to and get. But if you do, it is a very long stun to set that up. Timbersaw, though.
Carry DK for Yuma. So
There we go.
I was gonna say we've been seeing more 4 position Lesh actually come out of the woodworks lately, and so I think they're a little bit worried about the potential of a Lesh Sand King offlane because that is a lot of damage. You have set up for the Split Earth, which is normally not an easy spell to hit early, and we've been seeing a lot of like support Leshrac just go with the Misanthropy, and you just run at the support hero, and they're like, "Cool, I'm dying."
That would have been pretty cool, actually, because
So,
Sand King with the Stinger would also clear the creeps really quickly.
Yeah.
So then suddenly you just isolate a hero, and then they're taking all that Misanthropy damage.
So I like it. Pretty cool pick with the Timbersaw as like an option here. My guess, okay, it is going to be the support Sniper, and it will be Quinn taking the Nature's Prophet to the mid lane. So safe lane Broodmother, like you said, is something we forgot to really mention. Is like they could move the Brood safe. It's going to be for Durancio, and Ace will take the Underlord. So kind of interesting here. I'm trying to think because like you see that this is being moved as a carry Dragonite, right? With this last pick Timber, and you don't really want to play the Broodmother into that lane. So now you have the Underlord matchup, which is pretty dang solid.
Yeah, the pit is pretty good versus Timbersaw, Sand King, Mirana, and it is just the classic aura builder that we've been talking about. So you now have aura building offlaner, you have a carry who comes online really early in the Broodmother, and then a Nature's Prophet in the game with the Ironwood Treant. So the tempo's going to be really fast.
Super fast.
Sniper, still a little iffy on him, but his strength as a support is the early game with the scatter shot, where it's just really powerful, and you use 3 charges. It's like an insane amount of damage. Then you're kind of like, you know, chilling for a little bit to get those charges. It's the mid game that seems really awkward for Sniper, and then the late game is like, you know, late game Sniper, okay, we're fine.
Yeah.
But that means you're playing into the strength in this early game with the Underlord, the Broodmother, the Nature's Prophet. Like, so much is coming online really early that if you win the lanes as Game and Gladiators, you just click down the lane, and I'm not sure you can be stopped. Even though these are some strong early game heroes on Nouns too, like the Sand King, the Timber. But I don't know.
I'm looking at this offlane of Underlord Sniper, and I just see 2 really high damage circle AoE spells, right? Like Dragonite's gonna walk up to the lane, get Firestorm, Scatterblast, and he can't get out of the Firestorm, and he'll get Scatterblast again, and then like Pit of Malice comes out, and then he'll get Scatterblast again. And it's like you're just gonna eat like 800 magic damage between these spells. So I feel like it's gonna be really difficult. I'm curious how much Fly is gonna be able to get done on this Omni in the lane, because it is a great hero in terms of sustain, right? You're gonna have Repel, you're gonna have the heal as well, which I cannot remember. I haven't seen this hero in so dang long, but maybe it's enough to sustain through the lane. It's like one of those things where it's like you're gonna be trading Repel for your Scatter Blasts, and if that works, then awesome. But if it doesn't, then your Dragonite's gonna fall really far behind.
I think you're right. You might just skip. I don't see you landing the hammer very often, so maybe you're just maxing Purification and Repel right off the bat. I'm looking to Gunner on this Timbersaw. I feel like if Timbersaw has a good lane, he can buy you enough time to break the early momentum of Game and Gladiators. We assume is how they're playing. You know, maybe they're gonna pull twist on us, go like ultra late game. But that's how they typically play when they're looking their best. It's very fast tempo, and Timbersaw, I think, could be the hero that deals with this. But Brood, that will be a little bit of a tough lane, because Brood is a very strong early game laner.
All right, everyone, here we go. It is game number 1 of Game and Gladiators versus Nouns here. As we take a look at the facets, Cold Comfort, the Necrotic Webs, Abyssal Horde, Scattershot, and the Ironwood Treant. Kind of what we expected from those two. As for the side of Nouns, Fire Dragon, Sand Shroud, Shredder, Solar Flare. Ooh, he ended up going back for Solar Flare. He had it set as Moonlight Shadow initially, but still goes Solar Flare. And then, of course, the Omnipresent, which we've been seeing quite a bit for the Omni Knight. Okay, I will say I'm a little bit surprised on the Solar Flare, because this has typically just been the carry facet, but opting to do it even as the support.
I think it makes sense. There has been a trend of position 4s that are high damage. Hoodwink pretty recently. Mirana with Solar Flare is in that similar vein, you know? And I think she has aura builders on her team, so she doesn't have to build them. One of the reasons she was a popular support in the past. Maybe she will, but I think you could go just like, you know, Gleipnir, and then you got Solar Flare. You're just doing a ton of damage in these team fights. I think it could be okay, and then you still buff up your team, which this is probably not the greatest team to give extra damage and attack speed. The Dragon Knight, sure, but the Sand King and the Timbersaw won't care that much.
We'll have to see how this lane's going to go. I think for the most part, Copy's definitely going to struggle against Quinn on the Nature's Prophet. I will say there was some very funny all-chat banter as the game got started. Lelis tipped Quinn and said bronze hero. So that's very funny.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you don't usually see Quinn playing Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's got enough experience under his belt
definitely.
lately. It's just really funny because it's true, right? Like Quinn played Pango like 1,000 times in the last like 2 years, so I think he's excited to play something a little bit different.
That could be true. They're like picking him sniper. It's like no, I don't want to. I've done sniper. This is a new patch, new me. Give me the natures. I mean, it looks like it's going well so far in that mid lane CS. I think the Treant is very annoying for Sand King.
Yeah,
and I think it's probably the difference maker between like a sniper just depending on right clicks versus this Natures who will do the same thing but also have the Treant to help him.
And he did go with the Sand Shroud. Initially, I thought he was going to go the Dust Devil, which I was a little bit surprised because we haven't really seen anyone go for Dust Devil since, you know, the heavy nerfs, which kind of makes sense to me. I think it was a little bit too good for a while, and then they just kept slowly buffing Sand Shroud to accommodate. And now it's solid. Really good facet. But all 3 lanes so far, Gaming Gladiator is farming exceptionally well. Necrotic Webs against a Timbersaw is quite good now that I think about it, right? Like, you are just going to take this reactive armor early and you're not getting any efficiency out of it. And as a result, Gunnar forced back to the tower on no HP at all. And he's not really healing. Oh, Celery snipes him for the first blood. That feels very good for Celery. Yeah, Gunnar going to be in a rough spot now.
And I mean, that's literally the Necrotic Webs making the difference, because first of all, he lived with like 15 health, so one more auto attack would have finished it. I think stepping back in, it was probably a little bit of a mistake. Didn't expect the CM to maybe have the range, but that's a pretty painful mistake. It's going to give some early levels over to the Crystal Maiden. She's actually higher level than the Brood, because Brood stepped back to CS. And these spells in the early game are very strong versus a Timbersaw.
I feel like all of these lanes are going to be rough for Nouns here, and that's one of just the really, it's just a really slick and smart draft from Gaming Gladiators here to come up with this.
I think I'm gonna have to start trying sniper support. I didn't believe, but
I told you, man.
It is again.
Scatter Blast is cool. It's a good spell. It is. Okay, you are right, though. It does have a dead spot in that early mid game until you get like to Atos, and then you get a Gleipnir, and you're like, I'm a support, you know, Kappa.
Which I think this is something that works more at the pro level too, because you know you have the flex of the sniper pick, so it's like, ooh, is it core, is it support, and then you have a team who's going to play around it, right? We talked about how Gaming Gladiators has drafted early, so it makes sense. But you know the pub games, you try to do it, they're already tilted, you picked it. Oh, Brood kill in the bottom lane.
Getting that level 3. Timber Chain is out now, and he can take advantage of the facet, right? The Shredder, which is basically a permanent slow in the lane, as long as he can just keep Timber Chaining. And because of it, they're able to run down the Brood. Very nice from Gunnar and Lelis.
Yeah, and I think Shredder is the better laning facet, at least if you're in a side lane.
Yeah.
The Chakram, I think, gives you more late game, mid game power. Top lane, Dragon Knight, getting pretty low. Scatter shot, doing its damage. Purification, is it enough? One more. Oh, never mind. It got the damage block. Oh, that was very lucky.
Dude, that was, and this is the, that's like the threat of the scatter blast, like I was talking about, is the scatter shot is, you can't actually get out of the firestorm very easily, right? So you're going to take like an extra barrage or two potentially from that.
Now, because he didn't die, Tofu is just going to have to chill a little bit while he gets the scatter shot back. That is the downside of this facet. You burn all your charges really quickly, and then you're like, okay, minute and a half. I'm gonna go stack for you, Ace. I'm not doing that much till then. For now, he's just gonna like tickle this Omni Knight, but he is starting to make stacks, which Copy is actually headed over. He might be trying to steal this.
I think he needs to, because he can't really contest the mid lane all that well. There is vision that sees him doing this, so the Nature's Prophet can definitely try and contest, but he's got level 3 Sand Shroud, so he just clears out all the small creeps.
Mana.
Yeah,
Scatter
he actually...
shot!
Dude, it's so much damage, man. That is level 2 Scatter Shot. Just doing so much work. And now Quinn level 6 going to send the ult. It's going to hit the... Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to hit Gunner bottom. The timing lining up so well for Gaming Gladiators there.
Yeah, really nice sequence. He got 6 off that kill. And he's probably calling for it. He's like, guys, I just got it. Surprise him. Like, just go run at him. You know? And now you're guaranteed to hit everything. With
if he can clear some stacks on this Sand King, he's definitely back. At the moment, he's not struggling too much. It's mostly just the fact that the Nature's Prophet is getting all lane creeps, yes, whereas some of the Sand Kings is definitely jungle creeps, if not more than, you know, if not half of it. Dude, he has a Treant top blocking the easy camp. That is
oh, it's not quite in there.
Oh, it's not?
It's
Okay,
just
never
miss
mind.
it. Maybe
Well,
got distracted. Maybe that was the idea.
Wisdom Rune
But I mean,
one for each team.
It's a level 1 Treant, which I'm actually not sure if that's super common to do. I think you usually max it, but I guess he went for the Sprout for the lane versus the Sand King. Or maybe it is.
Oh
I'll
my
double
god,
check it.
again! The Wrath of Nature comes bottom, and it's just so much damage. Takes down Gunner again.
Okay, looks like for the mid lane, it is you do max Sprout in a lot of the. I see a lot of people doing it.
Yep,
and I mean that's
damage.
Yeah, that's a level 1 Treant just running around causing problems. You'll TP in, you'll have the damage, you can use it to farm, and then you just ult whenever your team is making a play somewhere, which currently top lane.
Yeah,
They've
rotated through the portal. They're going to TP in everybody, and a nice burrow strike will find Tofu, but Yuma, he's going to go down first. Durancio now the next target. Level 6 picked up on Gunner as a result, and this is where the Timbersaw gets a little bit scary. Celery should be able to offer some help here. Tries to just pop the freezing field. Lelis has the arrow, will connect with it as Copy escapes for the moment, but Quinn coming in on the Nature's Prophet, trying to find the Sand King, won't be able to do it, and now Quinn, he's going to be okay, but that's a 4-hero rotation. And they come out quite a bit ahead, and Gunner's the big winner, which is necessary on this Timbersaw. He needs to start building momentum.
Yeah, that's a massive recovery for him, because he did get killed a few times in the lane, but this is what I was saying. Like, Timber is just good versus a lot of these heroes. You don't care about spiders whatsoever. You have tons of AoE damage. You have good damage versus these tanky heroes. I say as Gunner's falling really low.
Well, so is Quinn. Yuma's in on the backside with the Dragon Tail. The arrow doesn't connect, you're right, but Gunner, he's in a lot of trouble now. Tries to get saved by Fly. They've got a little bit too far on Nouns, and Gunner gonna tick on down there as Celery will be the one to find the kill. And trying to take the stack to get punished for it. This Nature's Prophet is just too tanky. Let's take a look at net worth, though. Where are we? I imagine Quinn is towering over the rest, right?
Yeah, he's at the top, 1,000 over the next closest hero in Nouns, but it's currently top 3 net worths for everyone on Gaming Gladiators. It was a little back and forth. Timber was up there, and then after that last exchange, Gaming Gladiators is back. Oh, Lelis dropping very low. All right, what's Sniper going to build? He got his Tranquil's Winlay so far for the extra stacking speed because that's all he does whenever scatter shots down. And then what? He has Atos queued up. All right, some setup for his team. It'll be pretty good this game versus the Timber, the Mirana, Sand King. Though there is a repel to help protect them from that. Underlord's building. He's going for mech. I thought we might see a pipe first. There's a lot of magic damage from the enemy team. Duracio's coming back top. This is what they were trying to do earlier to take this tower. Kind of got out-rotated by Nouns last time.
Yeah, I think if they'd gotten the tower earlier, they would have loved it, but I think for now, it's okay. While they take the tower, everyone, don't forget, though, you can register with 1xBet using the code UNIVERSE, that's UNVRS3, and grab yourself a 100% bonus deposit. And you can also find more details to that in the pinned chat message. Make sure to use that while you can. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they finally get the tower. The big rotation pays off this time. Nouns don't really have the best tower pressure themselves, though, right?
Yeah, you can push up to the tower, but then it is a little bit slow. Let's see, they're looking over at Gunner. I think he should be okay with these chains. Yeah, right now the early lockdown from Gaming Gladiator is a little lacking. At least until this Atos finishes on the Sniper, then it might be a bit easier for the slow Crystal Maiden to walk up and then Frostbite. And eventually have the leash on Nature's, but that's still quite a ways away. Got a smoke gank from Nouns. They're looking for Duraccio.
They saw the spiders just momentarily, so I think they know exactly where he is. Oh, there it is. The blink reveal from Copy. The bugs just get owned, but he just walks away. They don't actually connect onto the arrow, and Copy's going to go ahead and pop the epicenter, see what he can do here, but there's a pipe out from Ace. Or pipe, mech out, of course, and Copy will just TP away. All right. Ace just barely makes it back through the portal. Nice.
Unfortunately, they weren't able to connect in the arrow. I don't think it was intentional. It was more by chance, but the spiders actually came in kind of a wave. So they killed the first set of spiders to try to set up like stun into arrow. But then I think the rest of the spiders came in and kind of prevented a long chain stun. Although Mirana was also the one really close, so it wouldn't have been a long stun anyways. But yeah, maybe it's enough of a stun that you can get the epi before Brood ran through the trees and you couldn't keep up with her at that point. But you didn't lose anyone. You forced some rotations, so maybe it's not too bad.
It is your blink reveal, which feels a little rough, right?
That's true.
It's one of those moments where it's like you kind of either need to get the Brood Mother or the Nature's Prophet. The thing is, this Brood is so tanky, like 1800 HP. Your Underlord has a mech, which he's able to come in and save him immediately. So it's like maybe your play is on the Nature's Prophet, but how, like, this hero is so difficult to actually find on the map.
Yeah, I guess you got some spiders. You got like 100 gold or something.
It's true, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. This is not what you were hoping for. Mid tower. This will fall pretty quickly if they don't rotate more heroes. Copy's coming in.
Okay, you get the Burrow Strike. Gunner's here as well. If you can connect onto the Chakram, maybe the slow, but no arrow quite yet. Tofu's able to dodge it out, and should put a stop to this. I mean, you've brought... I mean, all 5 heroes, technically. Even Copy, or Yuma was rotating down from the top side, but he's going to just go back to split pushing. As Fly will go collect his Wisdom Rune.
You're pretty happy anytime you can force these rotations because Gaming Gladiators is the team with the 2 global heroes between the Underlord ult and then the Nature's teleportation. So when you force these big movements, as long as you're not like getting wiped, of course, it's easier for you to play the map efficiency. Either you were already farming efficiently and then teleported in, or you can make that group play and then teleport out to wherever you need to be. And so as long as the big group plays go relatively even for you, you should be slowly gaining a network lead as Gaming Gladiators by then going back to the side lanes, going to the jungle, wherever. And Nouns going to feel the pressure to make sure those team fights go their way, which so far, not quite happening. They haven't lost huge team fights, so it's still okay. But one of these team fights coming up, they really need to find something. Gunner, oh, he's getting low.
Yeah,
here's
he's
that global
gone.
rotation.
He just went over to like try and farm the camp there. Had no idea that. Oh my, dude, this
Going mid.
This is all just the scatter blast from Tofu.
Okay, Celery contributed too. He was throwing out some ability.
Yeah, I mean,
give the Crystal Maiden some credit.
you know, it's true. She like rooted him for a moment.
I guess she cast some spells, sure. I'm gonna check the death summary. I bet it was just as much Crystal Maiden as Sniper. Crystal Maiden did more. She did 900.
That's I liked it. There's no way. That's a lie.
I'm gonna rewrite history. That was
Okay,
all
she
Sniper.
did ult. All right, I did not realize we didn't catch the ult on screen. That makes sense. Top lane Yuma's gonna pop the dragon into the Dragon Tail arrow, looking to finish off the sniper, but the
He's actually
TP's
gonna
come
save
through,
him?
and that's a Gleipnir out from Quinn. So Yuma's got to be very careful. A second Atos, copy the nice 2-hero burrow strike, but Ace with the mech as well. Yuma is going to go down first. Celery will finally fall, but Copy's got nowhere to go. You're going to lose the Mirana as well as Gunner just shows up to die. Oh no, we talked about the timings from Game and Gliders, how scary they're going to be in this early mid game, but seemingly hit it faster than even we expected.
Yeah, that was the pipe on Ace. So he has mech pipe, his auras. Like, that was, hey guys, we should, oh, look, perfect, a fight, let's go. Like, that was exactly what they wanted. And they tried to get that sniper pick off. The Pavie saves him. Burrow Strike from the Sand King tries to at least pick him off, but Tofu had already sidestepped to the back, and you're such a long-range hero on Sniper, so he was still able to contribute in the back with no health. That was exactly what Gaming Gladiators wanted, rotating in all the global heroes faster than Nouns could. Now Fly, maybe gonna get killed here, right at his tier 3.
I was like, does he ult? He's gonna try to buy himself some
He's got a lot of
time, but
heals.
you just
Oh,
can't
no.
get out. There's so much zone control, and they still had Atoses available.
So that's your tier 3 dive while the tier 2 is still up. It's 17 minutes in. That does not feel good. Yeah, see, immediate rotation to the mid lane. This might be a little overkill for Lelis, but this is the idea that you can just make these group plays everywhere on the map. It's going to be really hard for Nouns here.
Dirachu brings all his spiders as well. Oh, that's
That's
funny.
actually so good. I didn't even think about that because you miss out on so much tower damage and in the early game hero damage before they kill your spiders when you're rotating around as Brood. But thanks to the Uber service of Underlord, all the spiderlings can fit in.
Quinn just gets his solo kill top lane with amplified damage. I mean, the Gleipnirs are so good right now. There's a reason we see the subset of 4 positions in Dota at the moment, and the main reason being is that they can all build Gleipnir. Like, that is unironically what makes a good forward position in Dota right now, and so being able to have cores like, you know, Nature's Prophet, who also build a Gleipnir, it's one of the reasons we see the Mirana as like a core now too. The item is just so good, even after the nerf. And Quinn going back to the top lane, looking for Lelis. A little setup from the sniper. And she's gone. Unstoppable now for Quinn as they look for the mid lane of Barracks, and I don't know how you stop this. This is exactly what we expected from this Gaming Gladiators lineup. They love to play fast.
Yeah, Murano's trying to push out the top lane because mid's being cut by Gunner. Yuma's trying to push in bottom. But Murano getting killed means top lane looks like it might be next on the menu as they finish up that mid lane. Nature's going to TP home to refill on mana, but he of course has teleportation available. He'll be back as soon as he's needed. How do you fight this?
Well,
you need a really
Poppy's
big Blink Echo, or Epi.
Well, I don't know if you're going to get the Blink Epi since he can't move and he's dead. An arrow does, you know, connect onto Ace, but who cares? They got a Solar Crest Broodmother just running through the front line of the fight, and anytime you step up, you're facing the Pit of Malice, the Frostbite. There's going to be the Repel to buy Yuma a little bit of time and dish out a little bit of damage, but as soon as that expires, you need to back.
This This is classic Game and Gladiators.
It really
Looking
is.
for a second set of barracks before 20 minutes.
It's what they do
I don't
best.
know. It's still, you still need the massive blink epicenter, and I just don't know if Game and Gladiators, one, is going to give it to you, but two, if it'll matter into the Greaves, the pipe, your damage is being reduced by atrophy aura.
Yeah.
I just don't know if you can do it.
Ooh, nice 4-star from Lelis. He's out. Make sure everyone, if you're watching, ooh, almost gets the kill there on Lelis. Make sure if you're watching, God, now he's still dead. I'm trying to talk. Game of Gladiators, chill out. Oh my goodness. All right. What I was trying to say is I just want to give a big shout out to FISSURE, of course. This event is hosted by FISSURE Studios. If you guys are watching here on either Twitch or YouTube, make sure to follow these channels. We'd greatly appreciate it. I know they would as well, as they've put together something super special here.
Guys, you need the notifications for when the game starts, because I mean, gaming's playing so fast, you're gonna miss it if you're
You'll
late.
miss it,
So you need the notifications to let you know to tune in. Stole Tormentor now in the bottom lane.
No, Gunner. Quinn's gonna find him. And bottom lane, Ducapi just dies so quick. Duraggio is absurdly strong at the moment, and there's a rotation in from Ace as well. They've got their eyes set on Fly. It's just gonna burn to the scatter blast as the team about to get their second lane of barracks, and it's gotta be an impossible defense here from Nouns, but they're gonna try. Copy goes in with the Burrow Strike, but there's just no damage. Ace just keeping everyone topped off, and Quinn with his BKB doing so much work. An armlet toggle will keep Yuma alive, but another Pit of Malice comes out. Gunner trying to make it to his base, but he can't even do it. They're all dying inside the fountain. Even Fly will join them. This game belongs to Game and Gladiators.
This is textbook Game and Gladiators, man. We knew it was coming. Nouns knew it was coming. They tried to draft their heroes against it, but Gaiman is so good at this. They're such strong laners. They pick strong heroes. They know what to do, right? Like, oh, we creep drag this time. Oh, we do a little body block. Like, they know. good too. So I do think she'll be cool versus the Omni Knight, but again, could just be the carry brood. So now you got to start picking some counters. I don't think Timbersaw and Sand King, like, I think they're fine. I do think it's just the way the draft ended up working out as a whole. So maybe going back to some of those picks could still be good. I see they're taking out the Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden Broodmother was a very strong lane. So you're going to have to at least get a different hard support for that, which currently a lot of Celery's heroes are banned out, actually. They are kind of targeting him with quite a few of these.
It is interesting, right? Like that there is such a focus or priority on the support bans here, but I think you're right. I think Celery's hero pool definitely plays into the tempo that Gaming Gladiators likes to play with, and so it kind of makes sense to remove those to get rid of the sniper as well, which we saw last game, dude. There is a case to be made for the 4-position sniper. It is a lot of early game damage. And worst case scenario, if it ends up being a good core sniper game, well, then you just have a mid sniper, which is arguably more annoying to play against.
Yeah, if you want to beat us 2 times in a row, you got to at least do it with a new hero. So they're banning out the old draft. I got to say, Monkey King is slipping through. He's been in these top contested bans for a lot, but because we've got a bit of a unique draft going here for the, the individual meta of a team versus team, Monkey King slipping through. So maybe we'll see him come out later for Gaming Gladiators. Maybe they're leaning away from it because of the Monkey King. It is a bit of an annoying counter.
Like, Nouns love the Monkey King as well. Like, this is something they play on multiple roles, so we'll see.
And I think they can carry Monkey's okay versus offlane Brood.
Yeah. As you guys can see, while we are still in the draft here, you can actually get all the in-depth stats of this match if you head on over to the 1xBet mobile app, and you can download that just by clicking the banner below the stream. It's got all the details there for you, so just make sure to do that while you can. As we see the next pick. Oh, it's the Lash. Dude, I'm stoked. I think this hero is actually a better support than a core at the moment.
It's Quinn, though.
It is Quinn. That's a really good point. And Io is still an option.
Yeah, it depends a little bit on the heroes, right? Because Misanthropy really, you need to isolate a target to do the damage. Otherwise, it just doesn't do anything. So maybe if you can pick a bunch of summons that aren't easily cleared, you could, make a case that's like, okay, I'd rather have core Leshrac, who's going to level up faster, be able to kill those summons, and then get damage out of Misanthropy. Potentially Beastmaster. He'll have the Boars and the Hawks to eat up some of the Edict charges. And if the lane does not go well into, let's say it's a carry Broodmother, you could always go back for stacks. Broodmother is not the best at clearing stacks, and at least to start, eventually she does get there. But Leshrac as well as a support, not the best at stack clearing. Maybe that encourages you to run core Leshrac so that you can just walk in there at level 6 and just steal everything they've done. They are going to grab the Mirana, so you got some flex here. Could be a Mirana Beastmaster, which to start, you don't quite have the arrow combo, but once you pick up Roar, that is a great setup for the arrow. But it could just be the carry Mirana that I think they might be a little bit more comfortable running.
I think, yeah, I agree. I think it's likely to be Yuma's Mirana with the Omni Knight. I think that's something that they had success on. And similar to last game, I thought, if you see the Broodmother, like the Beastmaster is always like a viable option. So I like the idea to go for the Beastmaster here earlier on in the draft. And this is kind of a way of being like, well, if you want to flex this Broodmother to the safe lane, we have the answer already. So now it's likely to be Ace's Broodmother as a result. That being said, there is a lot of options for Gaming Gladiators still if they want to pick a carry that, hard counters the Beastmaster. Right now, in my eyes, Troll Warlord looks very good with the Aghanim Scepter build, being able to dispel things like Omni Knight's ult. Also, in just being a strong lane hero against the Beastmaster, pair that with the Jakiro, who's one of the best 5s. It's good. I like something along that vein, but you have last pick overall, so maybe try and protect the flex of the Broodmother a little bit longer and get yourself like a potential mid hero here, right? For Quinn.
Yeah, I'd say if you just pick a 4 support, that'd be fine. Though the way they did last time, you had very flexible heroes that's like, supports, cores, whatever. I'm trying to think of who's left in the pool that is that hero, but several of them have already been banned out. So maybe you are just going to have to show a little bit more of your hand in this draft.
Yeah.
We'll see what Gaming Gladiators comes up with in a moment. I do think so. The spiders are dealt with from the fact that Mirana naturally maxes Q, but I feel like Brood is actually a really good laner, and Mirana's early damage is not good. So I wonder, I feel like you can just do offlane Brood and just outlast hit the Mirana before you even hit 6, and then just use your spiders to farm. And again, so they like pick the Sand King. This could be 3 core heroes shown here: an offlane Sand King, mid Leshrac, carry Brood, but it could be the offlane Brood, support Leshrac, mid or offlane Sand King. So again, Gaming Gladiators has left themselves the final pick being very unclear on the side of Nouns. You need what? I think heroes good versus magic are going to be helpful a lot because there's a lot of magic damage coming in. Maybe you could just pick yourself a Rubik here. Maybe. Okay, Monkey King could lane well versus some of these heroes. I think Rubik with the natural magic resistance and a lot of good steals here, and you run carry Mirana, but you are revealing a lot of your draft once you do that.
Or the Morphling, 4-position morph. Have we seen? I mean, we haven't really seen it in a bit, but Flow Morph is still very good with the Jakiro in the game. It's one of the few heroes that like you actually have to be very careful of when you pick the Jakiro, similar to the Rubik, but.
It might be a little slow, though. Yeah. I think that's something, as we saw from Gaming Gladiators last game, they're pretty fast-paced. They don't have the global heroes they had last time, but they still have a lot of just group up and go, which I think you need to address in some way. So they're going to grab the Shaker, matching a little bit of the flex for themselves, too, because we've been seeing more mid Earth Shakers, which with the Slugger facet, you don't even have to, say, echo the Spiderlings. If you just kill them with Fissure, you'll be knocking them around, which is actually a lot of damage. You have a lot of spiders grouped up. So maybe we'll see some cool interactions there. But otherwise, it is a mid hero that has a good laning stage into... like you build a blink and you start getting active, which I think you kind of need.
So they've actually protected the Mirana flex here, which is I think one of the benefits of the pick for the Shaker. I thought they would probably pick Copy's hero there just because it's you don't want to entirely reveal this is going to be the carry or the support Mirana because we know they play both. Similar to like what Gaming Gladiators has done. I think the Shaker is just generally more reliable in these matchups as opposed to the Monkey King because there's a ton of magic burst damage that comes out from Gaming Gladiators, and Monkey King can definitely be punished with something like that. They will ban out the Rubik, like you said, a good hero to consider, and of course they ban out the Huskar, which, like we said, makes a lot of sense. They have potentially all 3 cores on Gaming Gladiators, but they also have the ability to pick themselves a mid or a safe lane still.
Maybe you have to ban the Monkey King. We've seen Monkey Kings do really well versus Earth Shakers.
Yeah. There's the Wind
Unless you're
Ranger.
thinking of picking it yourself. Well, I guess that's an option too.
Yeah, carry Monkey King into these drafts. I mean, you're playing against what is likely Brood or Sand King, right? So
yeah, so
I feel like it's decent against both of them.
Unless they pick a different offlaner because they're so flexible here, and then they shut down the Monkey King.
Man, it's so rough,
but
actually.
Then you run the carry Mirana, and you put the Monkey King as a support, or you put him in the mid lane, something like that. This is like one of the games where you just like no player picks their hero until the last second because like they know I'm going here, they're gonna like pick this. Everyone just locks in at the very last second.
You've got to like make a flow chart here of like, if this hero goes here, like where am I? What am I doing? You know?
Yeah. All right, what are you guys doing? I think whatever the pick is, it needs to be good in the early game. Okay, there you go, Grimstroke. I'm not saying we're gonna see fine art, but I am saying
pretty good against the Brood.
Stroke of Fate does a lot of damage versus the Brood Lakes. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there, especially with fine art. You could be doing easily 1,000 damage nukes in team fights. Just throwing it out there.
Dude. So it has to be carry Mirana, right? Like there's no question at this point that it's carry Mirana. It's gotta be Shaker
think
mid
so.
and an offlane offlane Beastmaster. Like nothing else makes sense based on the Nouns draft. So you know exactly what you're doing here on Gaming Gladiators.
Unless you want to do something crazy with like mid Grimstroke, but that has not been a thing for a very long time. So
Yeah,
I think just the 4 support Grimstroke would be best.
I just don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, I just don't know where Gamon's heroes are going, and they will just pick the Ember Spirit, and I think this makes a lot of sense for Quinn. It's such a strong mid matchup. It doesn't struggle too much against the Shaker, but it is, again, another fast tempo hero that can play really well. And it will be Leshrac on the 4 position with the Misanthropy. So we will be seeing offlane Sand King and Duraccio likely on his Broodmother, which he's not going to have as easy of a game, right? We talked about this. The reason they picked the Beastmaster where they did is this is a good hero into the Broodmother lane. Like, you don't struggle nearly as much as, say, like the Timbersaw would have.
Yeah, but you do have this Jakiro, who's a very strong laner, who will help you out. He got a slight nerf in 7.37, or maybe a 7.37B. I don't remember which one, but slightly nerfed. I think he's still a very strong laner. I'm not so sure on the Grimstroke part, because later, the spiders, that's good. But up to that point, I'm not seeing the exact synergy between Beastmaster, Grimstroke. So that part might be awkward, and maybe that's where you get a quick lead as Gaming Gladiators. Later on, you do have the double roar synergy. You Inkswell him, you get that stun too, right? I see the value later on, but the lane is what I'm a little bit worried about and how these two come together. And that's where Gaming Gladiators often just takes a commanding lead and just never lets you get to what you had imagined for your like 10, 20 minutes into the game. They're like, no, we're simply winning now. You don't get to do that.
I think it might be okay because if they don't actually kill off the boar, like the boar slow with Inkswell might be enough for the Beastmaster to just stay on top of you. And with the beast mode and all of the axes, like maybe it's enough damage to kind of burn through some of these heroes. I just am unsure because of how strong Jakiro is in lane. Like this is like one of the strongest supports of the patch in terms of damage output. So I'm unsure. We'll see what ends up happening, though, as we're getting ready to jump into this game. I think this is a much better draft from Nouns as opposed to game 1. Like, the Gaming Gladiators definitely kind of caught them a little bit off guard, and they don't get, as strong as a draft potentially, or at least Nouns think they have prepared better for this draft. So we'll see. I tend to agree. I don't feel like Gaming Gladiators have as much of an outdraft as they did or as much tempo as they did in game 1, but it is Gaming Gladiators, and they seem to manage to do that type of stuff at any time.
Double checking. Nothing too crazy in the fastest. I was looking for that fine art on the Grimstroke, but alas.
You die.
All right, here we go. It is game number 2 of Gaming Gladiators versus Nouns as we take a look at the facets here. Kind of everything that we expected. The big one that's a question mark for me is the Dust Devil this time around for the Sand King. So we've been seeing a lot of people opt for the Sand Shroud, but we're going to see Dust Devil for Ace this time. Maybe slightly better in the off lane. I think that might be why, because we've seen a lot of mid lane Sand Kings. I think mid lane Sand King prefers the Sand Shroud a little bit more.
Might also depend how much you have to move in the team fights. Which this game you're gonna have to like chase a Mirana around. So maybe you want the Sandstorm. I think Sandstorm's also the better farming facet because you can go camp to camp.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's something he has in mind. He just wants to farm up really fast auras and take team fights off of that.
Tofu is going to pop the Misanthropy, but they're here on several heroes from Nouns, and that first blood goes to copy Shaker. Very nice arrow set up from Lelis there. And with that, that'll help the mid lane quite a bit. Like that extra gold will get Compy to his bottle pretty much immediately. No, he actually just buys out a full stick, and they'll have the bottle here just after the first creep wave.
I think that'd be good. He hasn't quite committed to one or the other yet. Maybe thinking it through himself. We sometimes see... Okay, he does end up getting the bottle. we sometimes see it, and then like you don't actually do that much with the bottle, and you still don't get the refill till 2 minutes anyways. But maybe versus the harass of Ember, maybe he does want that extra regen early.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it, right? Like Ember Spirit just goes Flame Guard, constantly shoves the lane, and there's not much you can really do to stop it. Plus the innate, of course, just passively burning the Shaker as he's on top of you, and ooh, Fly taking a lot of damage there. That's the threat of the Lash, right? Misanthropy level 1 is a lot of damage in a short duration, so you got to be very careful not to be playing too close to the Leshrac by yourself.
Yeah, he took Omnipresent, which you do more damage when you're closer to them. I thought maybe against the ranged 4 and like a Sand King, like I don't know how close you actually want to get to these heroes. You know, I thought he might take the extra healing, but in terms of having a strong lane, I do think this is the facet, and maybe that's the mindset. You know, it's like, okay, we cannot get rolled over in lanes by Game and Gladiators, so let me get whatever extra laning power I can out of Omnipresent.
Yeah, it's quite nice. I guess while we're paused here, we can give a quick shout out to our sponsor, 1xBet, of course, helping boost the Dota scene here with a fun tournament like the Fissure Universe Episode 3. So big thank you to them.
Yeah, this is a really cool one, actually. I like the format. It sometimes in group stages, not that it's true every game matters, but sometimes like, okay, we lost the first series, okay, we can come back. But this one, it's very condensed, and technically you can afford to lose one series, but then you could be out. So it feels like everything matters a lot. We have so many great teams here, and I don't know, it's like exciting. Every series is exciting because of that.
Some still mouse issues, it seems, for Fly. A little bit unfortunate. I'm sure he'll get that working in just a moment.
He's like, look, this is why I accidentally ran into Misanthropy. My mouse like lagged, double clicked. I obviously, guys, I obviously would never walk into Misanthropy otherwise. It was the mouse.
So there is 40 explosions total over 6 seconds, and it's 10 pure damage an explosion. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a lot, and the usual duration is 10 seconds or 9 seconds?
Yeah, 10 seconds normally.
Yeah, so you're just doing so much more damage quickly. And that's actually the hard part about Leshrac, especially as a support, is that if you isolate someone in the jungle, like you're fighting over the Lotuses or a pole camp, you get a lot of time. But otherwise, it's difficult to get the full edict damage, even though it's so much. It's like you get 3 seconds of it. And that's why Misanthropy works. Because you're condensing that time, and it's much easier to find like 3 to 6 seconds of solo time with a hero to get the full damage, as opposed to the 10 full seconds you need. You do lose out on tower damage, so that's like a little bit sad, but I don't think Game and Gladiators cares that much, because all you need is Tofu to win the lane with Diabolic Edict, and then like the Broodmother will do the tower damage later on. Yeah. So it won't be missed too much this game, though I guess there are ways to kill the spiders. And without the spiders, it will be a little bit tough to take buildings, assuming an even game. A lot of times Game and Gladiators is smashing you, and they're killing like 3 heroes, and then all 5 heroes are hitting the tower. At that point, you've got no problem taking objectives. But we'll see. In a more even game, it might be a little bit harder for Game and Gladiators to take towers.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We'll have to see, what ends up happening. I think the off lane is going, like, for Nouns is going to be a lot better this time around. And I think DOTA2 having such a good start on the Broodmother last game, being able to rotate, take the enemy safe lane tower early, like those types of things make a huge difference in your, control of the map and your ability to kind of push the objectives. So this time with Gunner on a Beastmaster, I think it should slow down the threat of that Broodmother quite a bit. So we'll see what ends up happening, and if that pays off, it looks like we might be jumping back into this one as Fly has reconnected. And we're going to unpause and see if this is back up and running. Fly, seemingly controlling his hero at the moment. That's good news. That was one of those arrows where it's like, if it hits the creep, great. If it doesn't, I stun the Sand King.
Well, that's how you want to use it, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's think about Solar Flare this time. We weren't so sure on it for position 4 Mirana, but this is a core Mirana carry even, so going to be really good. And team synergy-wise, the Beastmaster will do a lot of damage with that Solar Flare, so you could be happier there with that. Earthshaker maybe doesn't care as much. He's getting a little low down here, but they've already used all their spells. Nice chunk of damage, but can't quite finish up that kill.
It's so funny, like Fly like wants to chase at him, but as soon as he gets away from the lane, he just turns back. He's like, nope.
Yeah, there's
not risking that one.
There's a hard line you do not cross versus the Leshrac.
But yeah, I mean, overall, a much better start to the lanes here from Nouns. I mean, last time we saw all of Gaming Gladiators heroes at the top of the CES, and then like a pretty sizable gap already being built between the cores on Nouns. And Fly getting, I mean, that's good chip damage for sure. Definitely running a little low on mana, though. Mid lane, nice fortification here from Quinn. Actually going to burn a lot of damage into Copy. Takes a couple tower shots, though.
He's getting Copy real low, and there's no rune coming up.
No, not
He's
at all.
actually running for a kill.
Ooh, he actually
aggro's
gets
back
tower
on him,
aggro.
though.
That's kind of big. Copy really wants to put as much damage as he can into him, and the water rune's coming in about 20 seconds. Copy might just walk to base with this creep wave, or you can try and threaten top. He knows that both of the Gaming Gladiators heroes are there. Quinn actually gonna get the bounty rune into the water rune, so this is a really good reset for him on the lane.
Yeah, I think as long as Copy goes top, it'll be okay, but he doesn't want to miss these creeps, so Quinn might actually be able to run him down at that top rune, because he had a little bit of extra regen and one more bottle recharge before all that. All right, his timing worked out. He'll just take the wave.
That's really good CS, though, for him, like on the Shaker, right? And he's going to be able to get the other bounty rune, so he gets the same reset.
Okay, yeah, so we're good. We're good to go now.
Bottom lane, and Ace doing Sand King things, accelerating his farm by just bringing a hard camp in and one-shotting it with Stinger. That's one of the benefits, like I was saying, of the Dust Devil versus the Sand Shroud. Ooh, we're going to see Celery get ran down here by Gunnar. The Inkswell with a nice 2-hero stun. The bird is out. They got him, and Dyrachyo, you don't win this fight. The axes will stack up. He gets the courier. He's trying to play inside of the map here to just avoid the chase here from this Beastmaster. It's going to work, but a lot of damage done. As mid lane, Quinn almost finds a solo kill onto Copy, but still managing to keep himself in this one for the moment.
I believe this is a better start than last game. I mean, Nouns is the one with kills, right? So
Yeah.
definitely a better start. There will be a bottle refill mid off that death. And then Copy suspects it as well, so he's already headed back using that nighttime move speed.
I mean, you can see the difference in CS from the Broodmother, right? Last game, you know, Gunnar had almost no CS at all in the Timbersaw. Meanwhile, he's got a pretty sizable advantage over Dyrachyo, and he's the one just pushing him away. Almost gets the dive bomb there from the Hawk. If that connected, Dyrachyo may have died, but they've pushed the Broodmother out of lane completely. And they're looking for the Lesh, knowing he wants to come top here at some point, and instead they want to maybe play for the 6-minute power rune. The scan does connect. Celery will scout this out with a ward, and the power rune spawns bottom. Fly managing to take it away, though. Quite a big rune to take away from the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, they get so much done with the regen rune early on. You just gank, farm, gank again. Man, that thing goes on forever nowadays, and it can't be canceled unless you could purge it.
Ooh, bottom lane. Nice dodge there from Yuma. All right. Ace top of the net worth at the moment, which it's pretty dang close, but it's not that surprising as he's able to farm quite a bit of the hard camp alongside of the creep wave, so he's doing very well for himself. The only one really struggling a little bit is DOTA2, which, you know, we kind of expected him to be having a little bit of a rough. The Echo in the mid lane. The chain stuns. Quinn's dead. Oh my goodness. What an Inkswell timing there from Lelis to just snipe him for a split second.
Very nice. And in the bottom lane,
DOTA2's here. Yuma trying to get away, but he just leaps right into the hands of Tofu, and they will give the kill to the Broodmother. I mean, that's like 500 something pure damage while you're next to this hero. Like you said, playing for those Lotuses can be pretty scary.
Yeah, DOTA2 had to earn that one. He had to last hit that through Diabolic Edict. He goes straight back to the top lane. He's got to be careful. Beastmaster's really close to Roar. Oh, never mind. Quinn's going to rotate up
here.
Can they get a kill before he hits 6?
He's going to TP, but the Ice Path is out. The Inkswell stuns for a moment, but a very nice rotation from Quinn. Ember Spirit helping stabilize these lanes, and it gets DOTA2 right back into this as Fly's gonna lose his courier as well. Fly, careful, buddy. You're playing inside this sandstorm. It just doesn't end. Taking a lot of damage from Ace here.
Has Repel, which gives him 60% magic resistance. Okay, looks like he's gonna be okay for now.
He's getting baited.
Maybe baited it in.
Arrow into the Shaker. Do they have the damage, the phase boots, but the attack speed from Yuma? He's trying to just find the kill, but he can't. It's going to be up to Fly. But he's got phase boots.
For the one-on-one. He's thinking of purifying this creep if it gets close.
Yeah, won't find him. Gets the TP out. Really good space from Ace there. Getting a lot out of that chase.
Yeah. I want to go back and talk about that Beastmaster kill, though, because in another world, he hit 6, he gets a kill on Brood, she's still 5, right? Like, that's such a big difference in net worth. But now, Beastmaster just hit 6, however, DOTA2 has 6 now, which means he's going to have a bunch of spiders. He doesn't have to interact with the lane anymore. You can just shove it out, go farm, and this is where Brood is going to catch back up. So, that was a very big play that Gaming Gladiators was able to get the kill on the Beastmaster top.
This is the blink reveal for Copy. They just bought it. They scan the triangle. They're like, someone's over here farming stacks, and my god, is he. This would be a huge echo. The smoke pops. It gets broken by Celery. Oh, no, Copy. I mean, the question is, do you just blind blink up there in that scenario? I mean, he doesn't know too much, but Ace is getting a massive stack of Ancients for this.
It's so risky to blind blink, because you know in your mind, it's probably the Sand King farming it, and it's like, if I blink in, am I just going to get epied stunned, you know, and then I'm going to be the one regretting going in. So you want to just walk in, but because of that, you don't find anything, and he finishes up that stack.
So that was 1,000 gold for him almost.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to build. A blink could help his team fight, but maybe he just wants auras. Looks like he just queued up the Crimson Guard. That's pretty good for Solar Flare now that I think about it.
Yeah, plus the summons, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As we get further, ooh, hold on, mid lane, Copy. Okay, Quinn's got a haste run. He's gonna be okay. But Copy, maybe not so much. The rotation from Tofu is like, I got nowhere to go. I need help, guys. There's stun number 1. Copy with the Inkswell able to get out, but Fly will not be as lucky. All right, saving Private Copy. It works out. He survives. Ooh, Copy jumps in. Blink number 1. The 2 okay. It's like, whatever. I'll commit the Echo. Might as well.
He gets something out of it. Seems a little unnecessary. I feel like Yuma was there with the leaf to finish up the Jakiro if needed.
Yeah. But they'll get it either way. It's one of those things where the Inkswell, now we're seeing with the quick pickup of the Shaker's Blink Dagger, makes a lot more sense, like when you go back to the Scrimstroke pick, but you gotta be careful because this Sand King is becoming way too big to control. Like, Ace is absurdly farmed in this game, and it kind of comes back to that original smoke rotation to the triangle. He gets 1,000 net worth advantage over everybody in this game as a result of it, and you waste that blink reveal. As we're seeing a rotation to the top side, unfortunately for Gaming Gladiators, Gunner has already TP'd out.
It's also the choice on Facet, right? This Dust Devil has allowed him to move between camps and lane and then farm that ancient stack better than the Invis Facet would have.
Yeah.
So that's what is allowing this really fast Crimson Guard to come online, and I imagine you'll still try to make small plays as you can here and there, but once this Crimson Guard comes online, like that's the classic Gaming Gladiators timing.
They're going to go ahead and look for a rotation here to the top side of the runes. The chain stuns, they take down the Lesh very quickly. Ace on the backside with the epicenter trying to just burn down Lelis. Will get him, but Copy is all alone. He's got nowhere to go. It's going to be a double kill for Ace. The rich get richer as he's up to 7,300 net worth now. And
yeah, that's his Crimson Guard done now,
that's the full Crimson, right? Yeah.
I will say, even though Copy died, it's pretty funny to see heroes get knocked around by Slugger.
Yeah.
Like, there's a little bit of a win there, even though you fed 2-1. And that Brood Mother we were talking about having a slow start, classic Brood things.
Got
Second
space.
on net worth. All you need to do is get to level 6 at a reasonable time, and you will recover as long as you have a team making space for you.
Oh, that's a rough blink echo there. Celery again spoiling Nouns for these like rotations with Shaker as in comes Ace once again. Nice soulbind onto 2, but where's your follow-up? Gunner is nowhere close to hit the roar, and Quinn will just continue to scout. You can't fight into this Sand King at all.
That's the downside of the Grimstroke pick. Soulbind, Roar, great. There's not a bunch of other combos until you pick up some late game items. This is one of the downsides of Grimstroke later on in the draft if you haven't already picked a bunch of single targets. So it means if Beastmaster not there, you're really not scared of that Soulbind. And he's not going to get blinked for a while on this Beastmaster because you always go Ags first. And then maybe you go blink. At the same time, his team wants some auras. You might have to do that.
Yeah, you need to pipe this game, like, desperately bad. It's one of those things where he probably picks up the blink first just to have some way of starting fights or following up these initiations. But then after that, you need a pipe super bad here.
Yeah, the problem is just, like, if you get the pipe, or if you get the blink first, that pipe is just so late.
Look
you
at
do
Ace,
have Repel. Yeah, he's just going in. Repel will help you a lot in the meantime, but it'll help one person a lot while everyone else dies around you, so...
Oh, Orchid reveal, catches Copy, gonna get this save for the moment, but can they get Ace? The roar is there. Do you have the Echo? You don't quite yet, but they have the damage to finish the job, and now incoming Yuma on this Mirana, a great Soulbind onto 2. There's gonna be another stun out from Copy, but it's gonna cost you your Shaker as well as your Omni. Gunner burning just to Celery on the backside as he can't finish the job. 4 for 2, a big win for Gaming Gladiators as they just can't get their hands on these heroes, and a big problem with this Shaker's Echo being on cooldown.
Yeah, and what damage you do is being reduced by this Crimson Guard, which Sand King, he died before getting off most spells, but he was able to activate the Crimson in time, and that helped to protect his team, which, as you saw, worked out quite well for them. And what was a pretty even laning stage, and maybe even Nouns favored, starting with those early rotations from Gaming Gladiators, at 16 minutes, it's not looking that different from last game. They're suddenly at a 7K lead. They're starting to group up. They're building the auras. Are we looking at another very fast game here?
Your supports are just so poor on the side of Nouns as well. Like, this is a typical thing for Omni Knight. Like, this hero he just doesn't farm, right? Like, this hero just exists to sit behind people and give them repel and heal them. And maybe you get the shard off of Tormentor, right? But your Grimstroke has nothing in this game, and he is someone who needs to scale, right? Like, Grimstroke is not a good hero without levels and items.
Yuma's close to Gleitnir, maybe not that close. Oh, Blink Echo onto Brood. Okay, they're gonna finish that off.
That was a good bait by them.
Yeah, Yuma's looking for more. The solar flare is already online for a little
Quinn's
bit
here.
longer.
Split Earth does connect, but Compy, again, gets repelled. This is decent space, though, because the Beastmaster might be able to finally get this top tower. But yeah, a lot of damage from the Shaker there. And that's, I mean, that's the first time we've seen them be able to really connect on the Blink Echo here.
Yeah, it's getting easier as Yuma gets higher leveled. That fight helped bring him closer to the Gleipnir. It becomes easier to connect on the Blink Echo. Gunner ended up getting... So he had Blink queued up. He has decided Pipe is more important. He's working on that. Still going to take a few minutes.
Nice pick off
Get
there
another
on the
kill.
Tofu. That one actually... Did they have a ward at the time? I think they might have just guessed initially, but...
Well, there's a ward now.
Yeah,
and
there's a fresh
Tofu
ward.
suspects it.
Yeah. They're going to have to either defend the ward or deny it. I'm not entirely sure which, but Gaming Gladiator is going to push for this bottom tower potentially. Actually, Quinn leaves, so never mind. I mean, some signs of life here from now. It's like 9-9. It's a 6k advantage, but again, a lot of it actually just coming from the supports themselves. Like half of that net worth difference is just the 4 and the 5.
Yeah. It's getting easier, and there's still the risk. If you mess up with the Spiderlings, the Mega Blink Echo and the Spiderlings do an insane AoE split damage, right? Yeah, maybe there's a chance. I hope we get to see it at least once. I want to see some spiders all shot into the enemy team and nuke them for half their health.
The scariest form of shrapnel,
This
I'm
might
sure.
be it. Do it. Fissure them. Doesn't want to break his smoke, but man, or Invisrune, but I really wanted to see the spiders launch.
Yeah. Do you think he buys like a shard at a decent timing just so he can like fissure into enchant totem? Is that enough to kill the spiders?
Oh, I'm not sure. Probably not if the pipe is nearby, which
Yeah.
Sand King is pretty close to. Another 400 gold, but if it's on its own, it might be close.
You still have Grimstroke as well as a great tool to deal with the spiders, which is one of the reasons that we see it picked.
That's true.
They do have Vision of Ace here. The question is, like, where's the rest of Gaming Gladiators? And they are nearby, so it's a very difficult kill to go for as he's closing in on his pipe. He's only a few hundred gold away. As when smoke comes out from Nouns, they want to actually take the fight, but you're going into this without your Beastmaster. Gaming Gladiators are the ones with actually pretty great vision. Can you get Quinn is the question. He's got a
got a
Gleipnir
safety
going for
remnant.
his BKB.
If the chain's done this so well.
Yeah, he's out. There's no way. Oh, they do find themselves an arrow onto the Sand King, though, and the chain stuns are there. That's an even better kill. All right.
What's he doing there? The observer is what let Quinn know the smoke broke and they had an observer there. I'm not sure why Sand King was there, but I guess the arrow caught him before he could escape. He doesn't have a blink, so he just has to walk everywhere. They might run straight to Roche with that.
Yeah, you do 100%. It's daytime. You have a Beastmaster. Your Mirana is relatively strong. Like, you can easily clear the Roshan. The question is whether or not you can clear it fast enough before Gaming Gladiators decides to contest. As they're finishing up their Tormentor, and the Shard's going to go to Celery. Yeah, I mean, it's so quick, man. This is the benefit of a Beastmaster. As soon as you have the Aghanim Scepter, you can threaten this. You managed to get it right at the 20 minutes on daytime, so that's a big series of wins for Nouns. You're still not really closing the net worth gap, though.
It's true, but you are extending the game. I mean, at this point, they were losing the second set of racks, right? So
Yeah.
this is a much more playable game.
As we see them kind of spread back out onto the map. This is a really good time to check and see if you guys are following Fissure here on Twitch as well as YouTube. Of course, this episode 3 of the Universe series is brought to you by Fissure Studios. They've done an amazing job with the assets and just the whole theme of this event, so make sure to show them some love. We'd appreciate it. Tormentor time, also like to be referred as Torment time for the side of Nouns. Pipe obviously reducing a ton of the damage as they will grab this, and it goes to Yuma? I guess
Grimstroke has his.
Grimstroke has his. So yeah, I guess the net worth of the 3 cores was pretty much dead even before the shard came out. So he actually gets it. Which, let's be honest, the shard for Mirana is absolutely a core item for a carry Mirana. And now you don't have to buy it. So that might have been like the best case scenario.
That's true. Of the core heroes, hers was probably the best to get. I do think Omni Knights is pretty good now,
Yeah.
but
He's not like he's going to farm it anyway. He's going to have to wait another 10 minutes and hope he gets it off the next Tormentor. So, that's funny.
yeah. Since this is carry Mirana, though, it's actually probably better that she got it. Though the fact that she got it, you're maybe not feeling great about it. You're like, oh, she was 3rd in net worth, huh? That's rough.
Aghanim Scepter finished up from Copy as well, so a little bit more mobility from the Shaker Axe. As Gaming Gladiators are set up here on this mid lane, you have to know this, as they are rotating down here on Nouns. Well, Copy does have the Fissure. Just going to make a little bit of space. Ace actually going in. The Roar's going to be out from Gunner. Do they have the Ink Spell? They do. The Soulbind catches too, but the big Macro Pyre Ice Path is out. They've got to find a way to bring down the Sand King, and it's going to be the Mirana dumping in the damage, and Gunner just tanking through all of this. The Blake the Echo comes out from Copy. He's caught Quinn as well on the backside, but a nice chains holding them at bay. Quinn should be able to get out with a nice 4-hero Gleipnir, but wait, a Gleipnir back the other way. Tofu blinks in himself, looks for them, but the arrow, they've caught Quinn. He's dead as well. 3 now to fall as Nouns clean up big in this mid lane fight.
A little bit of a slip up from Gaming Gladiators there. They went for that Earthshaker, but he was really close to the far side, and they were betting on the fact that Nouns was going to be late coming from that top lane to the mid, but they had just enough time to get there and then roar the Sand King. Again, he got killed, managed to use his auras, but doesn't really get the epicenter. A lot of burrow strikes off in the fights, and that is a lot of the setup for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. The fact that they're
Constantly
able to
finding
get him
Ace
first is
first.
huge.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it.
Fly! You can't survive this! Get out of there! Oh, Gleipnir out. Arrow. Wait a minute. Does not connect. Slightly off the mark. Fly looking for the D ward. He's going to pay for that one. Dude, the blink from Tofu is actually super sick.
We were saying earlier, you do a lot of damage, so if you can put it on the
wait a
right
minute.
target.
Bottom lane, Doraggio. You don't win the 1v1 against the Beastmaster. I'm assuming a lot of this actually set up from a Lelis Stroke of Fate. Let's look at Death Summary. Yeah, about 500 damage from the Stroke of Fate Inkswell, and then it's just Gunner.
1 minute left on Aegis. Can you get anything else out? Thought your cooldowns, maybe not. Maybe you're just chilling and you're happy that, I mean, you don't know it now, but you have brought this game back to an even point at 25 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's often one of the scariest parts about playing versus Gaming Gladiators.
Nice burrow strike out from Ace, but the Gleipnir into arrow. The chain stuns begin. He's got nowhere to go. And that's another big pick-off. You can convert this into some objectives as Yuma's looking at this bottom tier 1 tower. Gunner looking to push mid a little bit with the tail end of this Aegis.
We're getting close to the point where Mirana's going to have level 3 Solar Flare. She's okay in the early game, I think, depending on the draft, but often this early to mid game feels a little awkward compared to other carries. But once Solar Flare is max level and she starts picking up some damage items and she doesn't have to worry about like buying attack speed, right? She can just buy raw damage in the form of the Daedalus. Right? It does a lot of damage. If you caught the game 3 of Falcons versus G2IG, like that was an offlane Mirana doing crazy amounts of damage.
The thing is, as well, is the timing on that level 20 talent makes a huge difference because you get your Daedalus, you get the extra critical strike chance and damage from your level 20, and suddenly your Mirana is kind of like role-playing a short, like a weird version of Wind Ranger, where you're like, I'm going to focus fire kind of for a couple seconds, but without damage, like having reduced damage.
I actually gained damage.
Yeah, and it's a lot of damage. They're trying to finish off Celery there. He's just a little bit too tanky as the Ice Path is going to come out. The Omni Knight, it needs to get here to save him. The pipe is out. He's going to be forced to BKB. But Ace, now actually in the middle of all of Nouns, as there's the roar that goes back the other way. And Copy, he's still got an Echo, but Quinn with his BKB, able to get a nice Searing Chains here, holding down this Earthshake, but saved by the Glimmer Cape. Gunner's on the backside, trying to tank it up, but he needs some help as well. You can odd pick and choose who's going to go down. It's going to be Quinn first, as Gunner will fall slightly after, and now Yuma being chased to death here by this Dorancio Brood as Copy was trying to chain stun him up. Glimmer Cape buying him some time. The Solar Flare, it's coming out. Can the damage be dealt? It is Yuma doing everything as he gets an Ultra Kill to take down Gaming Gladiators.
I think they had Solar Flare at the start of that fight. I didn't realize they didn't have it. All right, now you got Solar Flare to destroy towers. Okay, now it's gone. Again, the Sand King. So actually, it really looked like that might have been a good jump for Gaming Gladiators because Copy was in pretty deep. They didn't kill the Jakiro, and in rushing over to get to him, they got a really nice burrow strike on the Omni Knight, but they couldn't kill him fast enough, and the roar stunned Sand King. So then Pipe didn't come out, Epi again didn't come out. This is kind of the weird part about being the initiator, but also wanting to find the right targets. Like, there's a lot on Ace's shoulder to live long enough to provide the auras, but also initiate with the stuns. Ooh, nice, we got a replay. Yeah, so here's where maybe you kill Celery and this is just a clean escape. But because he lived, they're like, oh, he's so deep, like, let's go for it. Here's everyone rushing and we gotta help him, right? Led to a great burrow strike. But no actual follow-up because they just threw everything at the Earthshaker, who BKB'd and got away.
Yeah. One thing to consider, like, looking back at this fight, you don't have Guardian Greaves, right? Like, you popped it on Celery before anybody on the team was here. So, like, that's a big heal that could reset or maybe keep someone in these fights, whereas, you know, for Gunner, he lives so dang long thanks to the Omni Knight, thanks to his own auras. And, you know, for the side of Nouns, like, they have enough lockdown to just get, you know, the killed secures that they needed. Fly TPing out, it looks like, as we go back to live.
Same spot. I think they were finishing up the tower.
Yeah. But suddenly the first real gold lead for Nouns that we've seen in this game, 6,000. As Yuma's Mirana is starting to be a very serious problem.
Imagine, because Gaming Gladiators draft was meant to win early, group up, and go. Now that they've missed the window, the scaling is actually, I think, a little better for Nouns. Although the support duo from, like, Leshrac Jakiro do have a lot of scaling potential.
Absolutely. That being said, like, Shaker is also really farms. And
Yeah.
with an Octarine coming out soon, like, that's just more chain stun that you have. This is a really smart play from Gaming Gladiators coming bottom. I think Gunner obviously scouts this out with his boar there, but they want to be here for the Roshan. They know it has to spawn bottom, right? We saw it taken exactly at the 20-minute mark there, so big deal.
But your board doesn't just sometimes explode into spiders?
Mine's do all the time. I don't know. It could just be a bug. Really good time to mention that there is a giveaway before we jump into this fight. Make sure to type !1x give in chat for your chance to enter as the Roche respawns. Both teams smoked up here in the bottom side of the map. Question is, which one gets the initiation? You have the boar, which is great for scouting, but you also have spiders, equally great for scouting. A little bit of a courier bait here, potentially. Good vision, though, from both teams.
I think they just saw the arrow get launched.
Ooh, smoke pops. Chains here onto Yuma. Fly holding for the moment, but a nice silence comes out from Dorancio the Gleipnir, as well as now the Ink Spell coming through. Who's going to get the grab, though? Quinn just jumps the BKB, tries to get some vision on the backside, chains out, but, I mean, that's a BKB for now. You got to get more than just that. The save from Omni into the roar. They've got a great kill onto Ace as Doracio's not going to come in, but Yuma with his BKB, look at he just finish off Tofu on the backside, and he's got him. The buyback from the Sand King, but can he make it in time? Nouns is taking no damage from the side of Gaming Gladiators as Celery drops the Macro Pyre, trying to finish off Fly, but he can't do it. He will barely live.
Grabs a Lotus to survive at the end there.
Oh, man. That's a costly buyback. 4 for 0 as Nouns will get themselves the second Roshan.
Quinn went in trying to find the right targets. Did find the information. The Burrow Strike Epi finally comes out, but Omni Knight drops the repel just in time. So Gunnar does not care about the Burrow Strike and just roars in response, killing Ace instead.
That was such a good repel. It actually completely changes that fight. Now. Oh,
another
Blink roar from Gunnar. Do they have the chase, though, is the question. The silence actually out from the Grimstroke. The chain stuns from the Inkswell. He's dead. Oh, my goodness. Gunnar Beastmaster is scary, man. Oh, my lord.
Yeah, he had a tough time getting to this point, but he's fully back on track. 16k lead, no Ember for 50 more seconds. You have the banner as well.
That's a satanic, almost a Daedalus now done on Yuma as he is level 22.
I mean, he's doing so much damage in these fights, right? Because they're trying to find the Beastmaster, trying to find the Omni Knight, and then Mirana's like, okay, I'll just sit here with my Solar Flare and kill you all, right? It's getting really hard to prioritize every single hero you can when you're this far behind.
They've got, yeah, just a quick grab from the Jakiro. Okay, Yuma, Gleipnir into the arrow. Really sick play there is that's going to be the tier 3 tower, now looking for the base. Now, obviously, for the Mirana, you have decent tower damage, but you're kind of lacking a little bit without the leaps, so he has to kind of hold up for the moment. The blink, the roars out from Gunnar, the chain stuns coming in from Copy. The Inkswell has got him as well. Ace going for an Epi on the backside, but gets caught from Copy instead. 3 dead inside the base, and an instant GG out from Gaming Gladiators. Nouns tie up the series 1-1. Very slick draft and sick play from them.
Yeah, they had bought back earlier on that Sand King for that Roche fight, so once he gets killed, that was 100 seconds, no Sand King. There's no way your base is surviving that. All of that. Solar Flare was never used. They just kept getting these pickoffs without needing it. So, yeah, Gaming Gladiators recognizes the end is there, and that was a great job from Nouns coming back from that, because it looked like Gaming Gladiators was looking to repeat what they did in that last game, right? Around 15 minutes, they had the auras, they were starting to go, but overextended a bit on a couple of fights. Or maybe we can say Nouns found the right pickoff, right? It kind of went both ways a little bit, but in a couple fights in a row, Sand King just not able, the top net worth Sand King just killed first. You didn't get the value out of the Sand King. That allows Nouns to take the rest of those fights and claw their way back into that game.
This is one of those, this is a game that's like super different from last one where it's
Yeah, Tinker's just so strong right now. Like the heal from March and the Machine, still really good even after the nerf. And then being able to stack defense matrix on whoever's being focused. That's why the Shadow Demon counter pick is so important, because you can use your ultimate and just make sure none of those defense matrices go through. But if you don't want to play Tinker, then you should probably ban it out. Yeah, so there's the ban. Okay, and they're going to actually go for the Beastmaster.
This is cool.
Yeah, I feel like you can take Shadow Demon as a response, because you can disrupt whoever gets roared as a save. And he is just generally a good hero. Lelis has played really well with Shadow Demon. But maybe you want a more direct lane counter, because you kind of know that's an off-lane Beastmaster. There's not a lot of flex to that hero right now. You could maybe grab a strong support like
Crystal Maiden.
I don't know, Crystal Maiden. Yeah, Crystal Maiden versus it could be good.
I could see that. Fly definitely plays it, and yeah, being able to slow down the Beastmaster lane is very important. As we've seen, Gunnar had a quite impact on it, not only in this series, but in their previous series against 1W to make it through the play-ins. Like, it kind of was a similar thing, right? The Beastmaster having a lot of impact.
Yeah. Jakira's in the pool as well. He's a very strong support to... You want to pressure the Beastmaster, right? We've seen time and time again. He's been nerfed. It doesn't matter that much. It's like, if he has a good lane, hits that Ag's timing, even if he has a good lane, you got the stacks, right? You hit the Ag's timing, you just start killing people. And you can buy a Blink, you can buy auras, probably both. Just what order depends on you in the game. They're actually going to go for the Doom that did not get banned out. And you know what? This is pretty good versus the Beastmaster, because if you can Blink Doom him, you will prevent all that healing from the Aghanims. So that is a good counter pick. Both teams revealing a core hero pretty early on with, I'd say, not tons of flex. Offlane Doom, offlane Beastmaster is like 90% chance of happening. There have been some teams that run the mid Doom, but
it doesn't seem like a copy hero.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it comes up.
So we'll have to see. As we jump into the second set of bans here in just a moment, this is a really good time for y'all to check out the giveaway being hosted by 1xBet. You can type 1xGive in chat, find out some more details on there, maybe get a chance to win some pretty nice sets here in Dota. Maybe an Arcana if you're lucky enough, but you know, have to see.
They do great looking Arcanas.
We do. They just banned out the Crystal Maiden, like we said, a potential 5 pick that they could have gone for Fly here as a counter to the Beastmaster. Makes a lot of sense. And with the Enchantress already being banned as well, like, there's not a lot of great lane direct counters to the Beastmaster, and they will get rid of the Mirana as well. Okay, so they're really forcing NOUNS to do something different here. And I think that bodes well for their draft. Now, what they come up with for the Beastmaster lane, we'll have to see. I still think Troll Warlord is quite good in the actual lane, but so is another hero that doesn't get a lot of attention, which is the Phantom Assassin. So we'll have to see, depending on the drafts, what they want to pull out for Yuma. But final ban for NOUNS here.
Yeah, they could come later in the draft if you want either of those heroes. Monkey King has been ignored. It's really pretty surprising, but he is still in the pool.
Medusa.
That's true. She's one of the better counter picks to the Doom, because you don't care about the Doom that much. You can still get mana, which is pretty much how you live.
You just stand there and auto attack. It's good stuff. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I kind of forget about the Medusa ban every once in a while. So with an early phase 1 Dune pick, you're kind of forced to ban it. So it does at least free up potentially some other heroes for Gaming Gladiators. But at this point, I think what we're looking for is probably like your 5 position for Fly here without revealing too much. And that way you can kind of respond appropriately with like your 4 matchup with the Doom and maybe a flex pick for Copy and Yuma, which would be the Monkey King, right? Like, this is a hero that they both play exceptionally well, so you could still go back for something like that. And it is the Shadow Demon.
The Shadow Demon.
Good call.
You can flex it, but I think Lelis has looked really good with it.
Yeah.
And Shadow Demon Doom, they should be fine. Depending on the matchup, you know, maybe you're not winning it, but you've got Devour. You can go make stacks on the Shadow Demon. If they try to counter pick and like, oh, we should try to kill the Doom, you can always use Disruption to save the Doom, or, you know, disrupt the carry, let Doom walk away. So you should be able to get what you want out of that lane if you do end up running, if both these heroes are in the off lane.
Yeah.
So what do you want as a response? Knowing that's the off lane, right? I think you start picking heroes good against that. Silences can be very strong. Like now you kind of need to jump the Shadow Demon, right? So supports who could do that, maybe like a Clockwork, you can target him. You can take your mid laners later to do it, but you're going to need someone on the team to take out the Shadow Demon. Otherwise, he's just going to save everyone you try to kill instead, which you want this Roar to matter, right? You could use Roar to get the Shadow Demon, but having more options would be great.
They're really dipping into the reserve time here for this one. I'm kind of curious like what they want to do with this, because like we obviously know this is off lane for the Beastmaster. They go back for the Jakiro, which is just one of those standard very strong lane heroes. I'm trying to think what Doom counters are still kind of left in the pool that you can go for. Like Monkey King feels really bad to play into the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about Shadow Demon, right? Is like there's a lot. The people who punish Doom are typically melee heroes, and they're the heroes that hate Shadow Demon the most because you just get slowed so much. You get kited, you get disrupted, and you're okay. I'm gonna BKB. You know, I'm gonna get this kill. Hey, you just waste so much of your time. Woo! The return of Sniper, but it could be mid Sniper this time. We'll see. You still got some flex here, but we could see that scatter shot come back out.
It's a lot of damage, and it doesn't synergize as well with something like the Underlord we saw earlier, but I feel like it's still good enough that you might be still willing to run this as the support sniper. I'm just curious like what we would want to pick in the like 1-5 for Nouns. Seeing this, that is a good pick. Okay, that is very good against these heroes. Now the downside is Beastmaster does build a lot of tempo, and he has a lot of damage early on, but with stack creation from the Shadow Demon and what I'm guessing is going to be a strong laning 5 here from Nouns, you should have enough space for this Alchemist to bring some big items early on.
Yeah, just any strong 5, because like you said, if you have a rough time in the lanes, Gaiman still has 2 more picks, right? They can continue to pick tempo lineups, just push you before you can get the Radiance, Blink, BKB. Like, you do need a good amount of items on the Alchemist. So, Warlock, that's kind of a cool one. There is some annoying synergy in lane. Like, you get Fatal Bonded, Acid Spray, you just take a bunch of damage. And he's good at team fights. So, as Gaming Gladiators tries to group up and push the tempo, you run the risk of running into the Fatal Bonds, the Golem, the annoying slow, right? That's very annoying for you, and you buy time for the Alchemist. So kind of a cool pickup. I haven't seen them lane together in a while. We'll see how it actually works out. And then they go for the Chaos Knight. So they see that Alchemist, they want to pick up the tempo.
You just need a big burst like damage hero here, right? And that's what CK brings. A lot of Nouns fight right now is built around kind of elongating the fight, letting the Doom tick down his target, letting the Warlock, Fatal Bonds do its work, and Chaos Knight comes in with a Phantasm and is like, I'm going to delete a hero. So I like it a lot. I think the Warlock pick, looking at it a little bit more in depth here, is it makes sense because you have 2 supports on the side of Gaming Gladiators that just sit back. Like, neither of them want to actually like dive the back line. Like, Beastmaster also doesn't really dive the back line. He's looking for a big Blink Roar onto a specific target, like the Alchemist or the Doom. So Warlock should have a pretty free game to kind of sit back, wait for the moment to drop the rock. And both teams just need to pick up, you know, their mid laner, some form of an initiator. For, I would say, Nouns, because I don't know if like Doom is really like the initiator you want.
He wants to find the right Doom target. If he has to go in first all the time, it puts a lot of pressure on him. So I think you're right. 2 initiators sound good to me. For Gaming Gladiators, you could still run mid Sniper, and in that case, grab a 4 support who will initiate, because I do think it's very important to find these enemy supports, this Shadow Demon and this Warlock. So whether it's the 4 support or the mid, that's what I hope to see. Like, find that support. Do not let them do what they want to do. Mid probably is an easier pick for that. you just come online faster, right? So you can actually get these kills and threaten the Alchemist a little bit more. Sniper will not be as good at that. And then a 4 support who invades, he's like annoying, but he probably isn't getting kills. So I think a mid pick might be a little better.
Yeah, I agree. The puck band's actually kind of nice. This is something that would be super obnoxious for both of these supports, right? Like if you get on the backside, you get the blink, silence, and a coil. Like you need Shadow Demon and Warlock to be able to counter initiate or save heroes that get jumped by Gaming Gladiators. So it would have been a very solid pick. There is still something like a Void Spirit that can do something very similar, which is currently available. But we'll see what they want to go for. Gaming Gladiators will have the first pick coming out of this, with Nouns having the last pick to respond. They get rid of the Lesh, and they go for the Shaker themselves. Alrighty, so Quinn Shaker. Dude, this is Monkey King screaming in my ear right now. Triple melee core.
I think if you do that, you just put Sniper mid, though. Like, if it's
Do you
Monkey
think
King
so?
mid, you would swap it. I think it's better than getting dumpstered in the mid lane, but I could be wrong. We have seen some Earthshakers recover after that, right? It's always possible, but I think that's the nice thing about this, that flex value. Like, technically either hero could go mid or 4 support.
It feels rough. Yeah, I was like,
All right, let's see if they're going to do it.
I don't think they want to. Like, Sniper can go mid into the Monkey King, that's true, but then you have a Shaker Beastmaster offlane, which doesn't feel great.
You'll have Fissure to cancel Upheaval, and you can just go stack.
I think you just play it passively is the thing, right? Would they look at this and they're like, all right, do we just put the Sniper mid, play a more passive offlane, and see if that offsets kind of the free farm for the Alk?
They seem
It's
to
a
be
hard
debating
decision.
it.
They're definitely considering it. Oh, man. I mean,
I think I like the mid Sniper.
I do too.
I will see what they do.
You're basically trading a farmed Sniper for a farmed Alk. That's what it comes down to, right? It is going to be the mid Sniper.
5 seconds remaining.
So you decide to swap it.
Yeah, like, I think it kind of works because these supports will not get to Sniper. Warlock and Shadow Demon are backline supports. So we were talking about, oh, it's dangerous to go in. You got to go find them. That's if you are initiating. If you're like, you come to me, then Warlock's like, wait, I want to be back here. I can't reach that Sniper. Shadow Demon can't reach that Sniper. So now the cores need to jump in. And you have a Jakiro. You have the threat of the Echo. Beastmaster Roar will pierce the BKB, right? I think it's hard to get to the Sniper. So I think that's what you're doing here. He's like, okay, we get a really farm Sniper. We make it through this Alchemist tempo, and then we're good to go. But if Sniper actually wins the mid lane hard enough, you can still bring the tempo to the Alchemist, right? You can just have the Sniper hit towers, and you're like, yes, come to me, or I'm going to take your objectives. So I think it's a cool idea. We'll see how well Copy can do versus it, though, because he's really good at Monkey King, and Monkey King, like, he can kind of deal with bad matchups.
That's the thing I'm mostly curious about, is if he can come out of the lane not completely dumpstered. If Copy... Because here's the other thing. We've seen Copy play Monkey King enough to know that he does not mind leaving his lane to go to get something done on the map if he's having a rough time. And like, his side lanes are fairly strong. Like, this Alk now with the Warlock is pretty good against a Shaker Beastmaster, right? Like, that's not a strong lane. So I'm a little bit curious to see how this is going to play out. Monkey King, once he has the Shard, should be pretty good at helping find the Sniper. Like, he can just literally bound the strike on top of the Sniper, ult, and force Quinn to fight him. Now, that's pretty far down the line, and we'll have to see what happens as we jump into game number 3 of Nouns versus Gaming Gladiators, currently all tied up. The winner of this going to be in a pretty good position here in the upper bracket, but we'll see what happens as we take a look at the facets here. Anything really standing out? The Black Grimoire, kind of the standard. The Tectonic buildup for a support Shaker, I think, makes more sense. Liquid Frost, Gilly Soup, Beast Mode. Everything else, kind of the standards, right? We've seen a lot of these kind of come as the typical facets for a lot of these heroes.
Yeah, there's not a ton of summons on the enemy team, and you're not farming, so I don't see Little Slugger on support Shaker to be that meaningful. Drops a deep ward. He's going to see the Alchemist down here. See if they want to play aggressive around that, or more likely, we were saying like the awkwardness of Earthshaker 4 means you're creep dragging, means you're doing a bunch of creep equilibrium stuff, killing couriers, things like that. And I think that's what that ward will help with.
Ooh, Fissure comes out bottom, but a great disruption. The Alchemist will have a full channeled stun here in a moment. Do they have the damage to bring down Ace, the body blocks, and the
They
blood
do.
grenade? They definitely do. All right, let's talk about Alchemist right now. Not only does he have seed money and he gets the bounty runes, but he also gets first blood. He's sitting at like 1,000 net worth as the horn comes through. Wow.
Yeah, that's
1,400 net worth. My bad.
That is a lot of money. I'm trying to see what he wants to build with that. Because sometimes you don't expect to end up with that much money at the start. You're like, wait, what do I build?
Some
I
boots,
capitalize off
bracers.
this?
I don't even know. Yeah, it's a really nice kill for them. But yeah, we'll see what ends up happening with it. I think top lane we're gonna probably see a lot of dragging early on because I mean Jakiro's just such a strong laning hero, and so is the Chaos Knight. So
Yeah, I mean, it'll probably be both lanes doing this. The off lane is struggling to deal with the safe lanes and just trying to get by, get what they can.
Early level 2 in mid lane though for Copy means he can get a lot of harassment and denies under that tower. So Quinn actually struggling at the moment. I think level 1 he's going to struggle, obviously. It's the levels 3, 4, and 5 where the lane gets progressively worse.
Yeah, though these early CS for the Monkey King do make a difference. It's rare to see Quinn miss out that many last hits early. He's been a little bit since he played Sniper.
Monkey King just has way more damage, level 1,
That's
right?
true.
It's like 10 damage on the Sniper or something. Even with just pure stat items, right?
Yeah,
So-
it'll get easier as time goes on.
So overall, good start to the lanes. We'll see how this ends up going. But I have to imagine this top lane for DOTA2 should be really chill. It's this bottom lane that I think I'm most concerned about for Gaming Gladiators, because like I don't think you're gonna have really much kill threat here, and if Yuma is able to get enough farm, well, we'll come back to that as top lane Lelis actually taking a lot of damage, does get a decent chunk back out onto Celery here, as Gunner should be able to finish the job, but he does. He has the Lightning Harpy. Okay, well, suddenly your lane maybe not so easy. Get some mana boots.
Yeah, he has phase queued up because actually there's a lot of physical damage. That makes
Yeah.
sense. But
Lelis
yeah,
brings
see,
some early mana.
Shadow Demon's got a mango. He's like, I think that's my mango now. Hand it over.
The Lotus is big too if he gets the Lotus, which I think he does. Bottom lane, Ace, going to take a lot of damage here. The Shadow Word, as well as just the Concoction, the Acid Spray. He's trying to get the body blocks off of the Fissure, but he gets the kill.
Alchemist is at 2,200 net worth at 3 minutes.
Dude, that's like
pretty
900 GPM. What?
It's pretty scary.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. All right, he does need to be careful though. He can't like overextend. Well, I say that, and Tofu takes a lot of damage there from those imps. As top lane Lelis in a little bit of a trouble again here. Celery gonna take some damage. Gunner as well, but buys himself enough time. Dude, the zaps. Yeah, he switched to mana boots. I was like, I think when you get the Harpy creep, you always go to mana boots. It just wins the lane.
I'll tell you what, he has Devil's Bargain. So you get Arcane Boots, spam it on the lane, later sell it for face boots.
Yeah, you actually can. Gonna take a lot of damage here though, as Lelis has left him. To rotate mid. Gunner will still get out thanks to the Scorched Earth, but that is another Dual Breath coming out. Inferno Blade trying to dodge out some of this. The Frost Breath, it's actually not gonna hit until the last second, so Celery does manage to get the solo kill. Did he buy out his boots? I don't know. I don't think he did he?
No, he didn't. He may not have had enough money. It might have been like right at the edge. I'm not sure. The Sniper's caught up in that mid lane. Bottom lane, Ace Again, gonna get harassed, but this time he is healthy enough and close enough to the tower. But those imps, man, they're so annoying for melee heroes. This is why this Warlock works here. This double melee lane. It's just easy fatal bonds. You try to contest last hits. You're like, whatever. Imps are gonna spawn and blow up in your face. Like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna win this over time.
I like the fact they picked up some early boots on the Shaker, of course. Like, he's going to need these as well as the Beastmaster, just going for the quick mana boots. You can't really afford... Oh, they're actually just going to channel the stun. Yuma? Not really what he wanted. I mean, they're playing so aggressive in this lane. You got to be careful, because if Sniper gets level 6 and TP's in, like, an Assassinate could actually kill one of them. And now Fly's in a rough spot here. But
yeah.
Boar's not close enough for the slow. We'll just hit him on the Fatal Bonds instead.
You do feel a little bit okay playing aggressive, though, because Sniper is not really a hero that wants to rotate all that much. And if you can actually give Monkey King some space, that's probably an overall win, because Monkey King does need a couple items before he starts being very effective in these rotations.
Celery coming bottom. I think they see him. They know. And Yuma going to try and walk the trees here. He's actually baiting. He's like, oh, Jakiro. Hits him with a concoction, gonna try and run away, but a Fissure comes out, and DOTA2 being here now as well should allow them to secure the kill onto the Alchemist.
Lotus?
Right? The Fatal Bond? Okay. The Shadow Word almost gets them as well as the Mud, but they will run down Fly as well. Very nice series of kills here in the bottom lane. A really sick rotation.
This is one of the nice things. Like, DOTA2's playstyle is more aggressive than others. Sometimes you see him die in ways that other carries wouldn't, but you also find that he gets kills really early on, where other carries would still just be farming in their lane.
Copy looking for Tofu in the top side here. With the Boundless Strike over, this should be a very easy pickup for him. And this is what we were saying, right? When you're in a lane you can't really do a whole lot against, you just rotate, and they're just going to sit the Warlock in mid instead, because he can D-push for, you know, pretty easily.
Yeah, and he's a support that will be happy to pick up these early levels.
Dude, Matt, if he can get involved in some kills for those early Grimoire stacks as well, that's always very nice.
Doom is almost 6, so maybe they'll head over there, see if they can get a kill as soon as that comes online.
Quinn actually needs to be a little bit careful. Yeah, he backs up. He knows. He sees him on the tree. Overall, a very even game so far. And you do have an Alchemist, so you kind of hope your heroes were a little bit further ahead, but the Chaos Knight is the one struggling the most, and I can't underestimate this enough. The Harpy Lightning is way too much damage to deal with when you get this on a Doom.
This actually worked out so well with the Devil's Bargain.
Yeah.
Because I do think Phase Boots will be a really good pickup later, and your supports, like Warlock, could get the Guardian Greaves, and you wouldn't want to double up on that. But now it's like, yeah, I'll just sell it. Like, this is actually one of the good uses of it.
Yeah. Top lane, they're actually going to find the Chaos Knight, but are they close enough to actually grabbing him? They are. Yuma coming through the trees, 4-hero rotation. The kill goes to Gunner as they further punish this Chaos Knight. And now mid lane, they will go ahead and look for Fly. He's got nowhere to go. He is stuck. Benefit of the Shrapnel and a beautiful Fissure.
Even as he dies, though, that mid lane, all those creeps killed off by the Fatal Bonds, so they weren't even able to get that much tower damage.
Copy does see Tofu. I think he might have seen Tofu. I'm not 100% sure, but Tofu's going to back up. Sniper's not a great tower pusher, right? That's one of the things that is at least a kind of silver lining in this mid lane matchup is Sniper needs a lot of time before he feels comfortable pushing the tower. Gunner actually breaks the smoke right under their own ward, so he's going to get out of here. And they will smoke themselves. Okay.
A little bit unlucky for Gaming Gladiators, that smoke breaking around those trees.
Yeah.
And
truly.
Noun's going to instantly react with their own smoke, going bottom. See if they can find the Beastmaster and potentially steal his stacks, which those axes are going to reveal exactly where he is.
Oh, they're not close enough. Gunner needs to get the Doom, but now you've come in so deep, and the Roar just comes out instead. Your Fly,
nice
not quite level 6, and the Ice Path does come through. Celery in trouble. Copy, dropping the Wukong's command, and Gunner is just stuck here. trying to get away, but can he even do so? They're looking to just chase the Beastmaster, or with the Beastmaster, and they do. You lost vision on the corner there, and a really good TP rotation from Gaming Gladiators. That's a huge win for them.
Fast reactions. If they're any slower, they just lose the Beastmaster and the stacks. By rotating so quickly, I think that's probably part of why they did it so quickly. They know if they lose him, they'll also lose the stacks, which is a lot of money. So, very nice moves.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Don't forget
put the Aghanims. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, don't forget everyone, there is a promo going on with 1xBet right now. You can use code UNIVERSE, UNVRS3, and grab yourself a 100% welcome to bonus, deposit bonus. There's a pinned message in chat for you guys to follow if you want to take advantage of that. But go ahead on the Aghanim Scepter, because Beastmaster just went, he just got like 600-700 net worth in the course of clearing that Ancient stack. He's having a great time copy mid lane. The Echo comes out, the Ice Path macro. They've got everything dumped on top of him. Beautiful kill from the two supports.
And this is a lot of creeps plus the catapult. Should be able to get a good amount of damage in here. A sniper's a little slow at the start, but he can hit it from a very safe distance. Ooh, pause. Mouse issues? Hotkey.
Some hotkey issues. Okay. This is a situation where you wish your Warlock was level 6, or if he was level 6 to the bottom fight as well, right? You'd be able to drop the Golem, get some vision, stun out some heroes, but yeah, a little bit of an unlucky timing there for them. As we're gonna unpause as well. Quick reminder, everyone, that this tournament is of course sponsored by 1xBet, so big shout out to them. Thank you so much for helping put this all together. All right, here the Chemical Rage, but it looks like he's just gonna farm
own
this
stacks.
one. Yeah, I mean, he's getting big on the Alchemist, right? Like they kind of know that they just need to pick up some big items here, and then kind of group around the Alch. Doom's doing decent. It's still a very close game.
Yeah, the Alchemist is finding what he needs. Like, even though this gold lead is pretty close, and usually as an Alchemist lineup, you'd want to be even further, especially when it's Alchemist Doom. Those two heroes are getting what they need. It's this mid matchup where the Monkey King started off okay, but is struggling into the Sniper.
Radiance.
And now Yuma's doing all these stacks. Like, his net worth is gonna skyrocket. And if they can find a fight to help the Monkey King get back into this, then Nouns is looking to be in a good spot.
Fly's like, oh, my bad. I didn't mean to take any of those.
Haha. Oops.
Nah, I mean, that's a huge boost in net worth. Really good use of that Radiance, like, right as they pick it up. Yeah, dead even net worth, or dead even win probability. That's kind of how I feel about this game. There's not, like, a big advantage one way or the other. I'm surprised Ace has had as much of a recovery as he had, but it really was that kind of botched smoke that gave him so much momentum back into this game as a Beastmaster.
Yeah, and they have the Aghanims. If they can find a kill down here, maybe two, you could maybe consider a very fast Roche.
Both teams,
are coming down here.
Ward comes out immediately from both teams. They're like, uh-oh, trying to get away, but Tofu with a really nice 2-hero stun. The Macro Pyre onto Fly as well. The disruption is there. Boundless Strike. Fly gets the Golem out. The turnaround, the Doom's also caught the Beastmaster as well as the Fatal Bonds. Tofu is going to be the one that joins him. But can they actually get more? It doesn't look like it. I think for Gaming Gladiators, you're actually pretty happy about this.
Yeah, you used less ultimates than Nouns did.
That's 5 heroes.
You actually still have Roar. So I think you can take this tier 1 and consider the Roshan. Here's that tier 1.
All right, good stuff there from Gaming Gladiators. A really good decision to kind of just back off. Like, they do manage to secure the kill with the Echo Slam, but like you said, a lot of ultimates down for Nouns now.
That was a little bit of an awkward Echo, a bit forced because of what happened, but he's getting pretty close to that blink, so future Echoes should be a bit easier for him. Yeah, we see Gaming Gladiators head over to that Roche pit. Without Doom, I don't know if you have the damage to kill Ace anymore. You need to prevent the healing from the Aghanims.
With a mech as well, there's no way. You actually have
Yeah.
to have the Doom.
Yeah.
So-
and maybe if you're like Fatal Bonds and the Golem's out and the Alk's in there, you also have the damage, but you don't have that either. So I think you just know you have to give this Roche up.
It's a really good Roshu because it's like at the tail end of daytime, which means there is still a chance it could spawn Dire Side, which is where you want it if you're gaming Gladiators. So it's a really good pickup. And that's the Blink Dagger as well for the Earthshaker. That's also, speaking of pickups, quite nice.
Oh, on the Beastmaster as well. So
Okay.
this is some nice timings. Double Blink. You've got the Aegis. Sniper has a few items. Maybe he wants to finish this Dragonlance first, but it will take a little bit. Dorachio did struggle, so he's mostly in catch-up mode right now. But the four other heroes should be able to get some work done here.
So, Blink Roar out of the bottom lane. They've caught the Doom. He has a pipe, but he's just dead so fast. All right, Gunnar getting a little bit of a taste of his own medicine here.
Roar is so much damage.
Radiant
They have really good vision here on Gaming Gladiators. They see so much. There is a smoke that I don't think got scouted, and they will walk into Tofu. Actually breaking the whole thing, has no idea. They do scout him. That will break his Blink Dagger. The Demonic Purge is there, but he actually blinks in aggressively instead, and Yuma should be able to just finish off Tofu here pretty easily. There's going to be the Echo, but on the backside of the fight, the Disruption, as well as the Wukong's commands, holding Ace in place. Can they finish him in time? He's so low, they do manage to get the kill. Golem is still available if they can find Quinn, and they do. Yuma's in. The Golem comes out, stunning to the Doom. Catches Ace. The Fatal Bond's out as well. He's going to pop the pipe, buy himself some time, but a nice Boundless strikes out from Copy. They have their eyes set on the prize, and that is going to be Ace's Beastmaster. A big fight here for the side of for the side of Nouns. If Cellular can get away here, this would be nice. Ice Path is there. But here comes the Scorched Earth, the TP in from Lelis, Blood Grenade to slow him up. Eventually, they will find the kill as Yuma has now made the rotation. And he deserves it. Gets credited the kill. That's
Definitely
4
close to
heroes dead for that,
14.
right?
1,000 gold. Yeah, 4 heroes dead. Thoraccio is still just in catch-up mode, so wasn't joining. I believe the Orchid is on its way, though, so maybe he'll start joining in now.
Yuma just finished BKB, though. Oh, they found another. The Disruption comes out. Quinn is in such a rough spot. This is a fantastic find. The Sniper goes down, and Tofu's just getting beat to death here by Copy. He's going to be able to chain stun him for now, but the Blinkin from Yuma's got him. You have to cancel the TP on the Jakiro. Nouns finding some momentum. Some big pickups. You know, you said the Orchid, but now a Drums on the Shadow Demon, and the BKB for Yuma is completed.
I mean, you did not get a lot out of that Aegis. You
No,
got
not at
2
all.
tier 1s that you kind of got before the Aegis anyways. It's not that great for you. And this Alchemist is now, he's exactly where he wants to be. The Blink, BKB, Radiance. He's already got a lot done with it. What's he got next? Sanj and Yasha queued up.
There's
So
the
even
mech
if you
for the
do get the
Doom.
Roar, it'll be reduced cooldown.
So he
or
decides to
reduration.
just go the Guardian Greaves. He's like, yeah, I went for the Mana Boots earlier. I might as well, right? So Guardian Greaves will be eventually the pickup for the Doom.
Radiant
Scan actually connecting here. They know something's up, so they will back up. Sit on their high ground. They might try and scout here with some illusions. We'll see. Maybe they can bait something.
They should know this one's an illusion. Should know
Yeah.
this next one's an illusion.
They have some really good vision here.
Well, they did.
Ice Path doesn't quite connect. I mean, Gunnar's perfectly fine baiting here. If he gets saved on the Disruption, then you can turn around, find your actual Doom target, which would be fantastic. But now they actually get some vision of Lelis here onto the side. As it's just going to try and scout out with some more Chaos Knight illusions. And with this, Nouns are going to use this time to maybe pressure top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Might just be a tier 2 trade coming up here.
Yeah. Yeah, Nouns are just going to cut mid as well. I think that might be smart. You kind of still rely on a good initiation.
Radiant bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
how these fights have been breaking out is very important. And the last couple, I feel like the Echoes have been in an awkward spot. Like just the way the fights break out. It's not like he's out of position. But if you have a different hero up front, maybe the Beastmaster starts with the Roar, and you can finally get the big Echo that hasn't quite happened yet. That could be what Gaming Gladiators needs to get that back into this game. Look at this Roshan running around. That's crazy.
I keep forgetting that this is a thing. It's so cool. Something you also might be forgetting about is the fact that you can follow FISSURE both here on Twitch and YouTube. But of course, the studio behind bringing you the Universe Episode 3 and this whole series. It's been a lot of fun, so make sure to show them some love, everybody.
under attack.
Shard for Celery. I think maybe you'd prefer to have it on the Earthshaker this game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, right? Like, being able to chain stun from far with just the Shard as opposed to having to Echo immediately is a big deal.
Yeah, and here you're hoping for Lelis to pick up this Shard. Just make your Alchemist even stronger. There you go. Good RNG. So now you can just cleanse the Alchemist, and how do you deal with him, right? He's just going to remove so much of
All the Jakiro stuff.
all the Jakiro spells don't matter. The Chaos Knight, like negative armor, that's gone. Silence, that's gone. Roar stun, that one's fine. But that's where the disruption will come out.
Yeah.
And buy him a couple seconds.
We did see the BKB picked up on Ace, and we obviously know how big of a timing the BKB on the Beastmaster is. Like, it made a big difference in the last game, and he's going to actually go back for a Shiva's Guard, which obviously makes a lot of sense here. The heal reduction aura does work against not only the Alchemist, but the healing that comes in from the Warlock. Smoked up. Who do they find? It's going to be Tofu. He gets the blink out, but they find Quinn instead. Great Fissure, though. They will settle for Celery, but Ace gets the Roar onto the backside. The Golem's going to come out immediately. Lelis, he's to buy himself a little bit of space. He's still got a disruption, I think, but now Fly, he's going to go down. And Ace, he spent this whole time chasing him, but the Echo, beautifully done, but a great disruption to buy him some space as Gunnar turns it around. They get a big Wukong's command to take down 3, and Quinn has got nowhere to go. The corrosive weaponry just slowing him up. His copy will be credited that one as Yuma continue to chase. Just a T-pose on Ace there in the base. Oh my god, the space from the Shadow Demon.
Such a good Echo, but Yuma is so farmed. It just did not matter to him. He just immediately got back to the fight. You get like 1 extra kill off of that, but he immediately kills everyone else.
That instant disruption too to stop the chain stun was huge, right? Like, he gets the Echo, no enchant totem to follow it up. Like, that was so fast.
Which I can't believe he never died, because he was blink roared to start all of this off, but the pipe and the mech from Doom, or the Guardian Greaves now, kept him alive. He just ran to the edge of the fight, did not immediately TP you away. He just sticks around, and even though he's low health, still can get stuff done, as we saw there. And now they're going to set up for Roche. It did end up being a slightly longer spawn, so they'll have to wait a little bit for it. But Nouns is in position. How long till Doom? 50 seconds. So, yeah, immediate smoke from Gaming Gladiators. Their cooldowns are a bit shorter. They want to try to find a fight right now. The scan connects, though.
Yeah. I mean, they saw Doom. They see the scan. They actually scan themselves, and Compy is up on the high ground waiting for someone to walk in here. They're going to walk some Alchemist illusions forward.
It's got some radiance, so even if you don't see them in the smoke, you could be canceling blinks.
Yeah. And this is the benefit of the Monkey King Simeon Stride, right? You have these illusions to scout, and you're just trying to break the smoke there as you jump through the trees. You do have 2 buybacks available on Nouns with a Radiant side Roche at the moment. And now it's only going to be here for 1 more minute, but either team can clear it in that time. I'm just curious if they're going to try, or if they will just wait for its movement to the top side of the map. Celery gets the D ward, of course. Chikiro being quite good at doing so, and they will try and force the Roche. I mean, they see Yuma in mid, but he can TP down here. The roar does come out. It's dying so fast. You've got to get into this pit. They drop the acid spray, the Wukong's command. It's not quite thrown. They're falling low. Ace forced to BKB and TP out. The Wukong's command's not out of time. Instead, Copy caught onto the backside, forced to BKB now. They haven't found anything. It's just the Shaker as now Gunner chasing, looking for anything. A boundless strike barely clips the Jakiro. So you will lose the Roche and only get 2 supports. I mean, taking that away, I think, is pretty good for Gaming Gladiators.
I think so. And they actually didn't get the banner, though. In that panic, they left the banner behind, so Fly's got the banner. The thing is, though,
Speaking of Fly.
Oh, well, hold on. Yeah. Okay, Gaming Gladiators managed to pick up an extra kill off of that, too. Because the Aegis is on Sniper. My concern is, though, the way these fights have been going is that, sure, Sniper comes back. Alchemist ult is still going. He's just going to wait on top of the Sniper and kill him a second time. Like, that's the hard part of Sniper, is getting to him. And once you're on him, you can usually kill him once and probably twice. So I don't know how much this Aegis will deter Nouns from trying to keep pushing their lead. But, of course, like you said, it's much better than having to try to kill Alchemist twice or Monkey King twice. So it is still good for Gaming Gladiators to get that.
Gunner has the Philosopher's Stone, bro. He's just a money printer. He's like, oh, more gold? Sign me up.
Sure I can keep up with an Alchemist, guys.
Oh, man. Very close game still. I mean, it's a 10k lead. A lot of it being the Alchemist threat, though. I mean, in terms of everybody else, it's almost dead even, right? Like, there's very little difference.
I think Sniper needs to get more damage. So he's working on a BKB, and then I hope we'll see more damage out of him, because it does need to be that scenario at this point that we described earlier. You need to get to the Sniper and kill him. And once he has BKB and some of his teammates, that's hard to do quickly. But then the question is, like, is he just tickling you in that time, or is he actually killing you? Currently, it's tickle mode Sniper because he's not having the greatest game. But if it does drag on long enough and he's able to pick up more damage, maybe get lucky on some neutrals, then that situation changes.
Yeah. I mean, the Shiva Guard's pickup from Gunner is also going to have quite a bit of impact this game if he manages to get to it here fairly soon. It is one of those things that the amount of like magic damage they actually have on Nouns is pretty substantial.
You can find Quinn again. He's in this ward.
It's the scouting potential it also brings, and yeah, Yuma, he might go for the dive. He's going to do it. Just the blink, the stun comes out. They do manage to get the fissure as well as the ice path. Wukong's command not going to be used thanks to the force to get him away. They even echo Yuma, saving Private Quinn. Get this guy out of here. He's going to be forced to BKB. The roar comes out as well. Everything just to save this Sniper. It works, though.
That is the BKB at a Yuma, so you had to use a lot of big abilities to keep that Sniper alive, but I guess you got that BKB.
And you protect the Aegis.
Yeah, that might dissuade Nouns from fighting.
They should get the bottom tier 2.
Yeah.
Tier 2 plus Wisdom, yeah. Because they can't actually go into the triangle. They know there's no way you pressure that one. Dude, this game is so tense. AC done on Yuma.
Like, Nouns is in a good spot, but I think if they throw one fight,
it's rough.
Like, that's all it is. Like, their lead is not big enough to afford more than that.
Yeah, now that you have BKB on the Sniper, it's even scarier. Like, he can potentially stand his ground, especially once he gets a shard, right? The concussive grenade is a great space-making tool for himself.
Yeah, plus the fissure, which we saw almost save his life alone there. They did end up having to still, like, echo and then roar, but it's a great tool to have versus these melee heroes.
Playing around this ward really well in the mid lane, not allowing Gaming Gladiators to smoke across the map. The whole right side is dark. I mean, they know they're here, right? They see the Monkey King Soldiers. Yeah.
a very good observer for now. It's the one in the mid lane. Okay,
Yeah.
Seller's finally going to see it. This is the last tier 2. Gaming Gladiators is trying to hold on to it so that way you can't be wiped and then just mega'd instantly, which AC Alchemist will clear through your buildings.
Some nice jungle items here. The Psychic Headband for Jakiro is pretty nice. And Vindicator's Axe for the Sniper, actually amazing. Attack speed, super value on this hero, but just the value of being able to tank up while stunned is nice. Gunner actually gets clipped a little bit there by the Jakiro. Needs to be careful, though, as he just quickly cleans that up. And now it's Blink Disruption out from Lelis to buy some space, but Ace goes in, gets the Roar. They found the Sniper, the Echo on the backside. He pops the BKB, but Gunner, can he get the Doom off? He does at the last second. It's on to Ace. He's trying to TP back to the base, but can he get out now? Compy with his BKB expiring. Quinn still alive. Do you have the damage? He's looking for the Jakiro instead, and Yuma goes in, gets the Blink stun onto Doraccio. They've got him. The blink in from Lelis. He finds Quinn. He can't get to safety. He's trying so dang hard, but the chase is too much. Nouns get 3. Ace just barely surviving in the fountain off that BKB TP.
Yuma just taking a detour through the enemy base. They're evaluating how to capitalize on this fight. Sees the bottom wave. Going to come for some racks while his team takes mid. So I think they're going to go for like bottom and mid here.
Yeah, they absolutely can. Quick reminder, as we go into this high ground push, there is a giveaway going on with 1xBet. You can type !1x give in chat to learn more on how to enter. As the tier 3 starting to take a beating, the heals coming through from the Warlock. If they can get a single lane of barracks, it'd be really nice. And okay, it looks like Alec has no problem to jump in. Doom actually hits the ice path. So he's gonna have to walk away, pops the Guardian Greaves. As the heroes are respawning, the Blink, the Roar, but an immediate disruption. Yuma, he wants to find his target. He's just gonna settle for the Jakiro instead. Quick kills, the chain stun's coming out from Tohu, but a Wukong's command to zone out the rest of Gaming Gladiators. Quinn, you gotta be careful. These do a lot of damage. Will force staff to safety. Gunner comes in, tries to hoof stomp him, but Dracho with a really nice Manta BKB. The Fatal Bonds are doing a lot. Quinn almost goes down, but they get the Doom. A beautiful fissure block from Tofu.
Sniper just can't do enough damage yet. He's like living in the back, but then tickling. He can't even get through like the Alchemist regen or all the armor from the Wukong's command plus a Warlock heal and Solar Crest. They just don't have enough damage. Roshan, let's see what spawn's gonna be.
A minute?
Relatively short. Nouns should be in a good spot to secure that for themselves. They'll have the bottom lane always pushing in their favor.
I like the Boots of Bearing for Lelis. I mean, that's just another kiting tool that they have for these backline heroes.
Are scanning.
Yeah, either kite or get to that sniper.
Yeah, right.
Get away from the Chaos Knight.
We're all very close game, but Nouns with a 16,000 advantage, continuing to kind of control up this fight. I mean, the fights are looking definitely Nouns favored. If they manage to kill the Alchemist, like, if that's how they start the fight, if there's like a Blink Roar and Shadow Demon's not nearby to save him, I think they have the damage to burst him, right?
I think.
That was a Daedalus on copy. That is
though.
super scary.
Yeah, something we didn't even talk about. Copy actually did get a Mage Slayer this game, which I think has been really good. Like,
Absolutely.
The physical damage is already struggling, like I've been talking about, and there's a lot of armor from the Guardian Greaves, AC on the Alchemist, right? So then it's like, oh, maybe we can get a big Echo and the Roar damage. And this is where the Mage Slayer, easily applied to the Wukong's command, makes it so hard. Like, we don't have physical damage. If we get touched by this Mage Slayer, we don't have magic damage.
This is a refresher if they can finish this quickly. Mjolnir and Bloodthorn completed at the exact same time on Gaming Gladiators. If they can get into this Roche in time, They might be able to take the
Oh, you
fight, but
cannot.
it is dying so fast. All the items are going to hit the
roar.
deck. Refresher for Copy. Aegis for the Monkey King as well.
No Roshan warning roar, because actually Gaming Gladiators killed
They
the
got
last
the
one.
last ones, yeah.
Yeah. I guess it wouldn't have mattered, actually. Even if that roar comes out, that's still so fast. Now, Nouns being careful. They know Gaming Gladiators on the way, so they're actually all waiting together to see if they would rush in. Nothing's happened, so they're going to get out together. This is a really good play. This is often how you can mess up. Like, you get Aegis, but you lose several heroes. Defeats the purpose a little bit, especially if the Aegis gets killed.
I really like this. Yuma jumps in, forces the BKB immediately. The roar is out, but Gunnar gets the Doom onto the Beastmaster. He needs to run. The Wukong's command is out. Duraccio trying to fight inside, but Gunnar's just not dying quite yet. And now Quinn, the early BKB's expired, and he's got 2 just beating him down. He's going to hit the deck. Duraccio goes back in, but gets unfortunately blocked by the Fissure, and Yuma, the big bad alchemist, is back, baby. He's trying his best, but he's got nothing left to stand on. Tofu with a nice Fissure to try and block him off, but Copy, of course, can continue chasing. And as he comes down from the trees, Tofu will end up dying 4 dead without buyback. I think Nouns may have done it. They can go straight for the throne. That's
There
it.
it
GG
is.
comes out, and Nouns take down Gaming Gladiators 2-1 in the upper bracket.
What an upset.
This is a good team, man.
All right, Nouns, look at them go. So maybe all those games they played earlier that warmed them up, they were ready to go here against Gaming Gladiators, which is a great team. We saw in game 1, right? That was a stomp by Gaming Gladiators. But
Yeah.
great adjustment from Nouns. They made the games much better for themselves. They didn't get stomped in the lanes. Game 2, it was actually kind of close, but they held on, managed to eventually come back and win that one. Game 3, they came out of ahead in these lanes. I think they did a good job with the draft this time, putting Gaming Gladiators in the like weird spot. Like, oh wait, where do we put these heroes this time? Like, they were the ones struggling compared to game 1. So really exciting for Nouns. They're not through yet. They have to win another one. And same with Gaming Gladiators. They're not out. They still have a chance to get back in. But this is huge for Nouns. You know, I think this is a team that really has wanted to prove themselves for a long time, and starting to claim some not only games but a series versus Gaming Gladiators, arguably the top team around right now. That's got to be a huge boost to their confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was, I like, you kind of touched on it. The draft adjustments from game 1 to 2 and then also to game 3 are really good from Nouns. Like, they actually went from getting outdrafted pretty heavily in game 1 to outdrafting Gaming Gladiators 2 and 3. And the decision to, you know, just kind of believe in what they had prepped for and to go back to the Alchemist that they've had some success on. Last pick the Monkey King, despite having, you know, the rough matchup versus the Sniper. They're like, we believe in it. You know, we've made it work. And Copy goes 6-1 and 15, right? Like, has the second highest damage in the entire game as a Monkey King into a really disadvantaged matchup.
Yeah, though he had some help from his team, to be fair. The side
Yeah.
lanes were going great, so he had lots of space to catch up. But that's why they feel good about picking it. You know, they know that he's either going to win his lane or he's going to come back and have some great impact. And later on, we did see, like, he was targeting the Sniper, doing in the Wukong's command. He was breaking the smokes. They know how to play around the Monkey King. It's one of their comfort heroes. And actually, they got a lot of their comfort heroes that last game. I think that Lela's Shadow Demon really showed off tons of great disruption saves. Like, I think towards the end, like, every roar that came out was immediately disrupted. Like, you just got nothing out of it.
I mean, except for the fights where you like blink roars Lelis and then he just like runs away
Yeah.
with Boots of Bearing with a Force Staff and he's like, see ya. You know, like those fights as well, you're just like, man, you're not feeling the impact of the Beastmaster. And in the last game, it was, you know, the Omni Knight doing the same thing, right? Like when they go for these blink burrow strikes, you're like, oh, this is our initiation. And then it's just completely shut down by the supports of Noun. So the very good decisions from them. As we take a look kind of the overall spread here, there's just 12-1 and 15, 6-1 and 5. Like, what more could you ask from your 1 and 2?
Yeah, and they played great too. This wasn't an Alchemist. Like, I'll highlight that last fight as well. He's not an alchemist. He's like, oh, I don't want to go in first. I know I'm like the most farm. I want to wait for like the easy kills. You know, I'm gonna wait for Doom to find someone. He just blinks into. He didn't even take the Aegis. He's like, I'm strong. There's no way they can kill me. I'm just gonna go. He didn't even know they were there. He thought they were there. He's like, let's just go, guys. He just blinks in, gets the vision for his team, and they just wipe the fight off of that and win the whole game.
Yeah.
And I think a pretty well-deserved MVP. Of course, he had help from his team to get him there. Some great laning by Fly to get him a good start. But, I mean, you gave him the good start he needed, and he absolutely carried with it.
Dude, the thing too that also made that final blink really good is he had just gotten the overwhelming blink part of it. So he like blinks in, literally slows and does damage to 5 heroes. It hit everybody on Game and Gladiators. They were like, what just happened? Like he blinked into a tree area. They didn't see him. He didn't see anyone either. And they're like, what's going on? You know, like we all just got slowed, you know. It was really good stuff from Nouns. They get themselves the 2-1. Gaming Gliders, like you said, still have another chance, but we've got one more series here today, which is going to be Bent Boom taking on the side of Tundra. So we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with that fourth and final series of the day here. We'll see you after the break.